Live from the New York Sheraton Hotel, it's the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft, brought to you by Budweiser. For all you do, this Bud's for you. And by Timex, ESPN's timekeeper. Timex, we make technology beautiful. And by the Shell Oil Company, supplying quality products and services to meet your driving needs. Come to Shell for answers. Hi, hello, and welcome back to the New York Sheraton Hotel in New York City for the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Player Draft. You can hear the hustle and bustle around us. Our entire ESPN draft team is ready to bring you the draft for the 4th consecutive year, and we are just moments away from the start of this 1983 draft. Joining us, as usual, here at the podium in New York City, Paul Zimmerman of Sports Illustrated and Howard Balzer of the Sporting News. Let's get right to it, gentlemen. The big question is the Baltimore Colts and that #1 pick. What is the latest up-to-the-minute scuttlebutt?
I've got my eye on that Baltimore table right now, and he's on the phone, but I don't see him writing anything.
He's getting coffee,
That
probably.
means he's talking to his girlfriend, but nobody's telling him anything.
What do you hear?
Well, the newest entry, of course, is the LA Raiders. They have a package on the table with Chicago, enabling them to get the #6 pick in the draft, enabling them to put together a package to get Elway. I don't see any names mentioned in that package, veteran package offensive lineman, which is what Chicago wants. I heard rumors that they were willing to give up either Mickey Marvin, their right guard, or Curtis Marsh, their left guard. I don't know whether they would do that because then they cripple their offensive line. I don't know. It seems that New England is also in the hunt, and San Diego, if they have reached agreement with Fouts, now fades to 3rd in the Elway sweepstakes.
Howard, how do you read it up to this minute?
That pretty well wraps it up, really. And New England all along has had the best offer on the table, a 1 and a 2 this year and a 1 and a 2 next year. Nobody else, San Diego, really, up until last night, had never actually put an offer on the table to the Colts. It's coming down to the last minute. I'm sure the Colts are talking to people right now as we're speaking. So we'll just have to wait and see in the next couple minutes and see what happens. Denver might even be a late possibility as well.
We'll have more on that first pick in just a couple of moments, but the man who will be starting things off in just a couple of minutes in this 1983 draft is NFL Commissioner Pete Rozelle, and he's standing by with our Sal Marciano. Sal?
Okay, George. Elway may play in the NFL, may not, but for the last couple of weeks, he's been the most spoken about name probably in American sport.
He really has been. I can't think of a recent draft where there's been, well, maybe since Terry Bradshaw. The Bears in Pittsburgh had to flip for the right to the first pick that year, and it was for Terry Bradshaw. But he's really been a big name in this draft.
This is the first time in 18 years you've had a single-session draft. This is going to test all your personnel all over the league today.
The old days, of course, we went nonstop when the AFL was operating before we merged, and it was hours, like 30 hours, I think we went on. But this will be the first, as you say, that's nonstop. I guess we'll finish sometime after midnight.
Commissioner, we're going in just a couple of minutes. Can you give us a scoop as to what's going to happen?
I don't know. I talked to Baltimore very late last night. I haven't this morning, and I don't know if there's a trade in the wind or whether they're going to take Elway or just what.
We'll see you on the rostrum. Thank you.
Fine, thank you.
Okay, back to George Grant.
Thank you very much, Sal. We'll be going to the commissioner in just a couple of minutes for that first pick. We'll see what Baltimore decides to do. Now, what Baltimore decides to do could very well be related to any number of teams. As Howard and Zim just mentioned, San Diego is one of the teams who may very well wind up with that first pick via a trade. Dave Sullivan is standing by with an update on San Diego's draft prospectus.
It is incredible to think that last year the Chargers sat idle through the first day of the draft. But John Sanders and Don Coryell did so by design, sacrificing all of the club's first 6 picks in a series of transactions that not only obtained some immediate help, but were also aimed at stacking their hand for the 1983 draft. First, there was a decision to make a switch of first-round picks, part of the Fred Dean deal with the 49ers. Then came the second first-round payment from the Packers for Johnny Jefferson, along with a second-round dividend from the 49ers. Finally, last week, Sanders drew a third first-round ace from his pals in San Francisco in exchange for the club's own second-round pick, as well as the #2 choice picked up from the 49ers. Although the Chargers did not take a pick in last year's draft until the 7th round, they still managed to come up with a quality punter in the person of Maury Buford, an 8th-round choice from Texas Tech. Now, while the club has produced just 3 starters in the premium rounds over the last 5 years, the Chargers have added 5 regulars via trade, and 3 of those, Chuck Muncie, Wes Chandler, and Tim Fox, were former #1 choices, and a 4th, Ed White, was a 2nd-round selection. The San Diego Chargers have not made very many mistakes in the premium rounds of the NFL draft. The list is very short. A couple of mistakes back in 1978. However, the Chargers, due to Gene Klein's refusal to renegotiate contracts, did run into trouble and lost Johnny Jefferson and Fred Dean. Jefferson, of course, ended up being traded to Green Bay, and Fred Dean went to San Francisco and appeared in the Super Bowl with the 49ers. The thrust of the San Diego Charger draft strategy here in 1983 will revolve around 2 things. A, the team's ability to come to contractual terms with Dan Fouts, and that will dictate B, whether or not the club is able to make a deal with the Colts to get to John Elway. Should the Chargers fail to make a deal with the Baltimore Colts, General Manager Johnny Sanders will be looking for a pair of quality linemen for both sides of scrimmage. The Chargers are especially long in the tooth on the offensive line, where both Russ Washington and Ed White must be considered as aging veterans. No doubt the defensive coordinator Tom Bass would like to see the club obtain some depth for an injury and error-plagued secondary.
Thank you, David. We should point out one thing, and that is a late developing story, that it may just be rumor, may just be part of a truth factor. We don't really know because no one is saying it, but there has been a report overnight that Fouts has agreed to contract terms with San Diego. No one from San Diego has confirmed that yet, and we'll be trying to check it out as the day progresses. Of course, that first pick does belong to the Baltimore Colts. And Frank Kush, while he has avoided talking about what happens with John Elway, he is very clear on what he thinks his team needs for 1983.
Well, we need a lot of things, and probably some people say you need a coach also. But no, in all sincerity, I thought we made a great deal of progress last year. We need some defensive downmen very badly, at least one. We have a couple of good people in Wisniewski, the young guy from Penn State last year, Donnell Thompson. In addition to that, the offensive line, we need some help at the guard spot, and this is a good year for offensive linemen. We need receivers. We don't have a great deal of deep speed. We missed a lot of balls. We need some catchers also. So, and in the secondary, we need some help. But I would say our primary needs are both in the offense and defensive line.
The head man of the Baltimore Colts, Frank Kush.
48th Annual National Football League selection meeting is now in session. First choice, first round, Baltimore Colts.
Don Weiss has just received a card from the Colts desk. Let's see what the commissioner says.
Baltimore selects as the first choice in the draft quarterback John Elway of Stanford.
That tells the story right from the top. And
Next up, Los Angeles Rams.
Frank Kush has indicated from the very beginning, when we talked to him at the Senior Bowl, for instance, he said, look, let's put the cards on the table. Yes, we need multiple players. Yes, we need a lot of people to make this club go. But if I don't feel I can get enough of a package, then I will draft John Elway. And that's exactly what he did.
I think somebody panicked in that organization. I think what they intended to do was go right down to the wire to the last second and try and make their best possible trade. And I think somebody said, let's do it now. I don't know why they didn't wait till the very end of the 15-minute period, unless everybody backed out.
One other point is they have the rights to Elway now. San Diego was in the hunt. They picked 4 picks later. The Raiders possibly still could get back into it. We still have a few other picks coming in front. I think the Colts are saying to those other teams, we might take them. And so now they're hoping they'll get back on the phone. There could still be a trade somewhere down the line.
What we're trying to say here is that the story is not over with John Elway. It may be developing all day long because, number one, yes, the rights are owned by the Colts now. Number two is, will they keep those rights? Number three is, can they sign John Elway? For more on this situation and San Diego's pick, let's check in with our headquarters from our ESPN studios and Bob Lee and Company. Bob?
Thank you, George. You mentioned 3 factors. Factor 4, John Elway of the Oneonta Yankees, who had $160,000 to play about 40 games last year. Chris Berman, Bud Wilkinson with yours truly, Bob Lee, will be looking at the players and putting them into their teams as they are selected. Certainly, there's no doubt, Bud, that John Elway is the cream of this draft. Whether we'll have further deals yet to be determined. But is he a franchise player? Is that too great a burden to put on a man who's got a TD interception ratio of 2-to-1, a 65% passer?
I don't think there's anything about Elway that has been overstated. I think he's that kind of a football player. I think he'll be that kind of a professional football player.
Elway has been called, Chris, the best college quarterback to come out of the college ranks since the name of Dick Steinberg has said he's got no flaws. We talked about him on our draft preview show. We'll take a look at his scouting report in just a bit, and the only thing he gets knocked down on is agility, but his arm is as good as we've ever seen.
Well, as we said before, his agility, maybe he doesn't like running up mountains, but remember that private meeting that the Colts weren't talking about between Elway, his father Jack Elway, the college football coach, and also Frank Kush? Obviously, I can't say obviously because there may be a deal, but just perhaps they could have ironed out whatever differences there are, Bob. And I said on the draft preview show I would not be surprised at all to see the Colts keep Elway. I mean, what's wrong with that? It's not like they haven't had good quarterbacks in that franchise's history.
You had a look at the scouting reports we'll be seeing throughout the day on a 5-point system, keep in mind, and we put together a number of scouting reports from throughout the National Football League on a 5-point system. Elway grades out to a 19.5, agility, give him a 4.5. So we put together some of the numbers, but of course numbers certainly don't tell everything about what John Elway is going to do, because he has now, maybe by the end of today, we'll find out if he's going to Baltimore or San Diego. That's an intriguing story, though, about Fouts that George laid on us a few moments ago, Bud.
Well, I think so, and what he decides to do, of course, would have a lot of ripples down the line, but I can't go along about the agility of Elway. I've seen him play too many times, and he's got that quality that has made the difference in recent years in football, which is mobility for a quarterback.
All right, then. Also, we have seen Baltimore, as we've talked about from New York, go right away, Chris. That's got to be a surprise. And Dr. Z said maybe someone pulled the plug too soon.
It's very possible. I think what Howard said also, Bobby, that there could be another trade. In other words, maybe that jacks up the price a little bit more. We already have Elway now. Now you better come up with even a better package. You know, there are worse things that San Diego could do than keep 3 of the first 22 picks overall in the draft and perhaps come to terms with Dan Fouts. Remember, they were going to have to pay Elway about what Fouts was demanding, and that's a situation that they may have had a tough time getting to their fans on if they didn't get to the Super Bowl.
Okay, so if you've just joined us, Baltimore has selected John Elway. They waited nearly 45 seconds to make that selection. The clock is ticking on the Rams, who are picking second. Seattle is next up. We continue with our coverage of the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft right after this word. Belongs to the LA Rams, the first round, the second pick actually of the overall draft, and you see just a shade over 9 minutes during the first 2 rounds of the draft. Each team will have 15 minutes per selection, and then through the balance of the draft, the last 10 rounds, it'll be 5 minutes per selection. The Rams picking second because they, Chris, decided to trade up and work the deal a couple of days ago with Seattle. Obviously, at least as obvious as you can be before the draft, it looked like they're going to make their move for Eric Dickerson by trading up to the number 2 position because the Oilers had wanted to do so much, and Dickerson seems to be the man they want.
Especially since the Rams traded Wendell Tyler. It would seem that Dickerson is the guy they want. Dickerson said he wants to go to L.A. or San Diego. It is Los Angeles' pick. Maybe they just like to burn off a little time on that clock. They like to see it tick down, think it's add a little excitement here.
Let's get back to New York. The Rams were 2-7 last year, and here is their selection.
Thanks, Bob. The commissioner now has the Rams pick as he approaches the podium.
The Los Angeles Rams, with a choice acquired from Houston in a prior trade agreement, selects on the first round running back Eric Dickerson of SMU. Next up, Seattle.
No. There you see the desk of the Rams. That's Steve Froberg on the left, who signed out the card along with Arnie Sisson and passed it on. The Rams have picked Dickerson, but the big question is, we expected the Colts to take some time. The Colts did it in 30 seconds, and the Rams took their time to do what everybody thought was going to come.
I think George told her to make him dramatic.
I don't know what the explanation is. Maybe some team was talking to them about a trade, and they were thinking about it a little longer. You just never know, but it certainly was a surprise. They took almost 7 minutes to make that selection.
I wish we were in the war room with some of these teams to see who's given up on the Elway sweepstakes and who's intensified their efforts. And I think maybe if you see somebody taking a lot of time when they shouldn't, somebody is bugging them for their pick.
And we should point out, too, the situation surrounding the Rams. In case you missed it late yesterday, the Rams did send Wendell Tyler to San Francisco along with Cody Jones, so that made it very clear that they would go for a running back. Now, Seattle up next, and it's very clear from all the discussions all of us have had with Seattle folks, that Kurt Warner seems to be the man that at this point in time, we don't know who they're going to pick, seems to be the man they were looking for.
Well, you know, the Seattle organization has said all along that they wanted Warner ahead of Dickerson. And if John Robinson would have believed them, he could have kept that 3 spot, didn't have to move up, and could have gotten Dickerson anyway. Of course, maybe he doesn't believe him.
Of course, Warner, so much like Joe Cribbs, the running back that Knox had in Buffalo. So you got to feel that's what they're going to do. Maybe they'll take all their 15 minutes now and then pick Kurt Warner, who we all expected anyway.
Okay, we're waiting on Seattle. Already gone. John Elway's been picked by the Baltimore Colts as the top draft. Dickerson has just been selected from SMU by the Los Angeles Rams. We're waiting on Seattle. But how about Dickerson? Let's go back to our studios and get an update on a very fine running back. Bob?
Indeed, a very fine running back. We talked about him during our draft preview program when there's maybe only one great fullback, James Jones out of Florida in this draft, but a whole slew of good people with outside speed, and Dickerson certainly has that outside speed. At an average of 7 yards a carry out of SMU, and you're talking about a guy, maybe the question is, can he run from a split backfield instead of out of the eye? But of course, his coach with the Rams will be John Robinson.
Well, John has been a follower of the tradition of Southern California, where our tailback's going to get the ball a great deal of the time. He's going to make our football team. You go back to O.J. Simpson, to Davis, to Bell, to all of the great tailbacks, and that's the philosophy that John Robinson has, and pro football's not that much different.
Now, Chris, he has not caught Eric Dickerson a great deal of passes. SMU did not necessarily throw their backs a lot. Maybe that's not a major question for the Rams, but we'll grade him out in just a second. Here's a guy who's averaged nearly 150 yards a game.
Yeah, and the pros these days, as you know, Bobby, a lot of teams are going to go with the one setback. Maybe he has that in mind, perhaps, Robinson, with Eric Dickerson. The fact that he doesn't fumble many pitch outs, maybe they think he has the good hands. They say that when that ball was thrown to him, Bob, that he looked good with it. So it's just not fair to fault him because he didn't play in an offense that had, a pro style.
As a running back, we'll grade him on inside speed, outside speed, his ability to block for fellow running backs and catching. And again, on that 5-point system, we get him a best grade ever for outside speed at 5.0 and an 18.8 out of a possible 20 again. Remember, these are a compendium of different NFL scouting reports. We are waiting now on the Seattle selection. Let's send it back to the Sheridan and George Grant.
Thank you, Bob. We're waiting on the Seattle Seahawks. Their selection will be coming up next. The Seattle contingent of Bob Anderson and Gary Susick now waiting on the word. There is the card handed to Don Weiss, and it goes to the commissioner for the 3rd pick of this 1983 National Football League draft. Already selected, Baltimore picks Elway. Dickerson selected by the Rams. Here's the commissioner.
The Seattle Seahawks, with a choice of change from the Los Angeles Rams through the Houston Oilers, select on the 1st round running back Kurt Warner, Penn State. Next up, Denver Broncos.
Well, there we have 3 down so far. Elway to Baltimore, Dickerson to Los Angeles, and Warner to Seattle. As we wait, the 4th pick, will it be Hunter to Denver or will there be a trade? ESPN's live and continuous coverage of the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft will continue after these messages. Live at the New York Sheridan Hotel. We are waiting on the clock for the Denver Broncos with their 1st round selection. 12 minutes and change remaining. Again, each team is allowed 15 minutes in their 1st and 2nd round selections. After that, for the remainder of the draft, it will be a total of 5 minutes per round, and it'll all be done in one day. Let's check in with Leandra Riley, who's standing by in New Jersey.
Hi, everybody. We're in Lord Jim's in Hawthorne, New Jersey, and I'm sitting next to Tommy Vigorito, running back for the Miami Dolphins. We've had 2 running backs already drafted since you've had to make the adjustment from the college ranks to the professional ranks. Your advice to Kurt Warner and Eric Dickerson?
Well, I think one of the biggest things to a running back going from college to pros is not to expect to set the world on fire right away. It's a lot of adjustment emotionally and physically. And you're not really expected to go in and start and gain 2,000 yards your first year. One of the biggest things that they really should start working on now is not only the physical, but the mental aspect of learning your plays. it sounds simple, but it's so hard when you get into the pros with the audibles and all. But it means so much to coaches if you can be able to pick up your plays your first couple of days of practice and all. So if they get their hands on a playbook and start studying, that'd be the best thing for them.
All right, I would like your reaction to the drafting by Baltimore of John Elway. A lot of people were surprised. I thought they'd trade that selection away.
I was surprised too, but I'm happy he went there instead of San Diego because I think we can beat Baltimore with Elway, but I don't know about it if we could beat San Diego with him if they got rid of Fouts. So.
Okay, John Elway, the gauntlet has been tossed by the Miami Dolphins. Let's go back to New York.
Thank you very much, Leandra. We'll be checking in with Leandra periodically during the course of this day to keep up to date with some of the agents and some of the key players of this 1983 National Football League draft who are there. Don't forget, we'll be checking in with the West Coast. Greg Wyatt will be there. We'll check in with him shortly to update you on what's happening with some of those West Coast teams. And also, as we wait for the Denver Broncos decision, let's check in at our ESPN studios with Bob Lee and company. Robert.
Thank you, George. Not too much of a surprise that Kurt Warner went to Seattle, Chris, when you consider some of the economic connections.
Well, people are saying it's a question of to agents. Do we shy away from players? My understanding is that Marvin Demoff represents not only Kurt Warner, the running back from Penn State, but also Chuck Knox, the new Seattle Seahawks coach. So chances are they ought to be able to get together on some terms.
Well, so far we have seen John Elway go to Baltimore. No trade yet. The Rams taking Eric Dickerson second and Kurt Warner selected by Seattle. Speaking of the number 2 selection in this draft, as Eric Dickerson of SMU has gone to the Rams, Greg Wyatt standing by live at Rams draft headquarters in Los Angeles to talk with head coach John Robinson.
Well, it was a foregone conclusion, really, that you would pick Eric Dickerson. Of course, Wendell Tyler went to San Francisco yesterday.
Well, we feel in Eric Dickerson we have a man who has the potential of being one of the really great backs. He's got every physical attribute that you would want in a back. I've been very impressed also, things besides size and speed. I've been impressed with his ability to run tough inside and his elusiveness. You know, you think of a speed guy being an escapist and just going. Well, I think he can make you miss in tight. I think he's got some of the attributes that I think have made Marcus Allen such a good back. So I see some parallels between them, but I also see some great speed.
When you look at a guy like Dickerson, anybody who can beat Earl Campbell's record in the Southwest Conference has just got to be incredible.
And he's done some phenomenal. He breaks long runs at a phenomenal rate. It seems like about every 4 or 5 minutes when you watch film, he runs 70 yards for a touchdown. That's not bad, and we're really very excited about it.
This is going to be very interesting in Los Angeles with Marcus Allen of the Raiders and now Eric Dickerson of the Rams. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Greg. And Denver, the time ticking down with 8 minutes and change on the Denver Broncos, the 4th selection overall in the first round of the draft. And Denver, that is a picture of exactly what's happening in New York, and it's Denver's own selection. What is the shopping list for Denver? A lot of stories they might have been dealing number 1 of next year for Elway. That is yet to occur, of course. Dan Reeves, the head coach of Denver, has a rather long shopping list, as you might expect after last season.
We'd like a wide receiver, a tight end as far as our offense is concerned, and wouldn't mind getting an offensive lineman. On defense, I feel like we have to improve our pass rush, and we're looking for a defensive lineman. I'd like to find a cornerback. So there's 5 or 6 positions that we'd like to help ourselves with, and we got the 4th pick of the draft this year. And, you know, I really haven't sat down and started rating them, but if we could get one of those positions in the first round, I feel like it'd help our football team.
So the coach mentioning a number of different positions. Let's backtrack just for a second and look at the selection that Seattle has made, agents aside, of Kurt Warner, who, Bud, statistically is the top man ever at Penn State, has been called better than Lydell Mitchell, better than Franco Harris, and of course with 4.5 speed, a 5-point average, a lot of pass catching his senior year.
Well, I think it's a tribute also to Kurt Warner's general attitude about football and it being a team game. Going into the season, he probably would have been close to Herschel Walker, the other great running backs, for yardage gain, had Joe Paterno not changed the philosophy of offense. Joe felt in today's football you must throw the football more, and they changed their basic attack. Instead of trying to wear people down in the 4th quarter, they put the ball up in the air. Warner adapted to it, gave to his teammates, was a great pass receiver, and everybody knew he could run the football already.
And he is, of course, on our scouting report, again, a 5-point system, Chris. Maybe his blocking is the low mark, but his outside speed certainly one of the reasons that Seattle took him 3rd in this draft.
Yeah, as Bud said, Bob, that he did not sulk very long for not carrying the football, and it made him a more polished professional, or about to be professional. And Chuck Knox, as Dr. Z has referred to all along, had said that he thought that in Warner versus Dickerson that the Seahawks would be getting a more polished player, inside, outside, blocking, and also catching. And maybe he's right.
All right, Denver is the team next up, though. The clock continues to march down on the Denver Broncos. There's been talk of them trying to work a trade for a tight end with Dallas, yet to be seen. Now, let's see what's happening right now in New York City.
Thanks, Bob. We're still awaiting 5 minutes, 40 seconds plus on the Denver Broncos and their selection. And, gentlemen, when you talk about Seattle, the last 5 first-round picks they've had have been on defense, but it was really known that they were going to go for some punch, for something in the offense, because they've had so many injuries in that backfield. And the offense, whereas it's getting older, is a good offense with a little bit of help here or there.
You talk about Seattle's picks being defense, but they weren't Chuck Knox's picks.
Right.
I think the other key also, though, is Seattle could use some upgrading on their offensive line. With this trade now, where they gave the 2nd and 3rd round pick to Houston to move up, they don't have a 4th round pick. That went to St. Louis in a trade for Theodis Brown a couple of years ago. So Seattle now takes a lot of time off. They don't pick again until the 5th round. So they've still got, it was an interesting deal from that standpoint that they traded up 6 spots and gave up their 2nd and 3rd picks and won't pick now for a while. So they gave up some players that they might have been able to add and help the team, too.
Theodis Brown's a perfect example, too. He looked so good right after that trade in the late season and then just did not look good at all last year.
Yeah, maybe Chuck will bring Conrad Dobler out of retirement.
One other interesting thing
on the Rams. Rollins tonight.
Paul was talking earlier about the Rams could have probably stayed 3 and gotten Dickerson anyway. But I guess their thinking was, well, we only had to trade a 4th to move up to 1 spot. So perhaps in their thinking it wasn't that high a price just to make sure that they got Dickerson to move up to 1 spot.
4th last year and a 4th this year. I mean, all these extra drafts that Don Klosterman had built up, now they're losing him, and I wonder how he feels sitting watching this thing.
Denver. All the speculation has been pointing towards Tony Hunter, the great tight end from the University of Notre Dame, as being their selection. Dan Reeves, as you just heard, indicated a tight end is one of the things on his shopping list, but there are some other things. If it is not Tony Hunter, if they're jogging back and forth now, who would it be otherwise?
I can just see their war room. Joe Collier, their defensive coach, pleading for Billy Ray Smith, saying, please, we've got to have that outside or inside linebacker. And Reeves saying, well, I like Tony Hunter, the offense and defense having a war out there.
And there's also thinking that Chris Hinton of Northwestern could be the choice, because there's the possibility that Claudie Minor might retire for the 2nd time like he almost did last year. But so there's 3 solid choices that you could make a good case for Denver making, or they might, again, like we talked earlier, might even be working out a trade possibly with Baltimore to get John Elway. So this really holds the key to the rest of the draft right now, what Denver does.
The 1982 draft was recognized as an offensive draft. This draft also as an offensive draft, a very strong draft, even before the USFL depleted some 10% or so of the players that might be selected in the first few rounds, and that's the way it's panned out so far. Offensive players.
I think you won't find a defensive player drafted until Billy Ray Smith, and then it might be only 2 in the first 10 or 11. The next one will be Terry Kennard. So you might go 8 or 9 offensive drafts with only 2 defensive.
Possibility of a quarterback for the Denver Broncos. Is that a real possibility at this juncture?
Except for Elway, I don't think that they have the other quarterbacks like Eason or Todd Blackledge. Jim Kelly, of course, is in there too, and Dan Marino. But I don't think they have any of those quarterbacks rated that high to use a fourth pick on. But you just never know.
That would mean that Reeves was giving up on Mark Herman awful quick, and that was his choice. That wouldn't look too good.
Billy Ray Smith is an individual who we've talked about here and who may very well be the first defensive player selected. We talked to Billy Ray and asked him if he had any feelings about where he would want to play.
I'd like to play for Dallas, but like I said before, any team that would invested the confidence in me to draft me, I'd play my heart out for him.
Let's say he might be a little bit too slow, might be a little bit too small, but all he does is do everything perfectly, and he's a winner.
Denver's now writing their pick. Remember, there was also a lot of talk about Dallas wanting Billy Ray Smith and offering a lot of players to Denver. Butch Johnson was mentioned. Jay Saldi was mentioned. Glenn Carano was mentioned. Of course, Reeves was once an assistant with Dallas. So we're going to find out momentarily what happens, but there are a lot of possibilities.
Dan Reeves is on the last year of his contract, too, and he's got to produce.
Don Weiss has the card. The commissioner, Bill Harpole, and Mike Novica have handed the selection of the Denver Broncos to Commissioner Rozelle.
The Denver Broncos select on the 4th choice in the first round, guard Chris Hinton of Northwestern. Next up, San Diego.
We now wait on the San Diego Chargers. Chris Hinton, who was a tackle but is projected as a great pulling guard in the professional ranks, the selectee of the Denver Broncos. We're waiting on San Diego. ESPN's live and continuous coverage of the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft will continue after these messages. Updating you on the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft, the San Diego Chargers have just selected Billy Ray Smith, the linebacker from Arkansas. So the Chargers go for some defense, and it looks like Bass wins the battle of the first pick for San Diego.
Yeah, it looks like also Chicago's coming up, and we were just talking, maybe they've changed their thinking now and they want Tony Hunter. I would say it's Hunter, Jimbo Covert, or Bruce Matthews.
I had predicted Matthews. I think Hunter now becomes a real key in the draft. Could something happen almost like Kellen Winslow last year, where everyone had him, or not last year, a few years ago, when everyone had him going on the third pick to Cincinnati. The Bengals took Jack Thompson, and Winslow sailed through to almost the middle of the first round. So there's the thought the Giants might take Hunter. So it's really going to be interesting to see where Hunter does wind up.
Billy Ray Smith selected by the San Diego Chargers. Let's go to Greg Wyatt and get an update on what's transpiring on the West Coast as we continue our coverage of the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft.
George, is very interesting. The John Elway Bowl has turned into a George Steinbrenner Bowl. And believe it or not, just a few picks into the National Football League draft, George Steinbrenner has made his mark in the National Football League because Marvin Demoff, the agent for Elway, has just told me via the telephone that John Elway has chosen baseball since the Baltimore Colts picked him. So John Elway will make the announcement at 2 p.m. our time, which is 5 o'clock Eastern time, at the Hyatt in San Jose, California, which is right near his home. So John Elway has chosen the Yankees over the National Football League, and that is it from here in Los Angeles.
I don't believe that.
Well, we'll see what happens. That report from Greg Wyatt. Billy Ray Smith just selected by San Diego. Initial reaction?
Good pick by San Diego. I thought, Bob, that there are many worse things they could do than to have the 5th, 20th, and 22nd pick overall. Billy Ray Smith, their first pick, I think, in numbers 20 and 22. One of them, if they're lucky enough, Gary Anderson, the scat-back Bruce Harper-type receiver from Arkansas, if he's left. And the other one, probably the second-rated cornerback, Leonard Smith, a guy who I've been told is the best man-to-man covering cornerback in the draft, although Tim Lewis of Pitt is expected to go earlier. So I think San Diego keeping Fouts, going with Billy Ray Smith and a cornerback, and maybe something to jazz up the offense. I think it's a good move. They're so close to the Super Bowl that I don't think that they should wait anymore.
Next up is Chicago. Now, we've heard some talk that maybe the Bears would be courted by the L.A. Raiders, Bud, possibly because the Raiders might want to make a move up, because right now they're selecting rather deep in the first round. If they could select next, they'd be the 6th team, and maybe they had at one point been thought to be in the John Elway Bowl, as it's been called. Maybe this is the time for them to make a move.
A tight end is always an invaluable commodity. I don't think we should just gloss over Hinton's choice. That second one of Billy Ray Smith came so rapidly. Hinton's a boy who was a tight end. He has been a linebacker. He's 264. He can run. And Denver's got, I think, a all-pro almost for sure, who's got 12 or 15 years ahead of him. And that's a priceless commodity to have on your football team.
Okay, we are waiting on the Bears right now. They will be selecting next number 6 in the first round. Then comes Kansas City, to be followed by Philadelphia. And Houston will be making the number 9 selection by virtue of that trade recently with Seattle. And Seattle, with the pick for which they traded up, selected Kurt Warner. We do have on the phone, I understand he's not on the phone currently, but let's talk about Chris Hinton, who has been the selection of Denver today. And here's a young man who did not play the offensive line until his last year. He played tight end, he played linebacker, but his coach had to lobby to get him listed on some All-American ballots beginning of the season. 4-7 across the board in our scouting report. We'll get a good look at what he can do in the line.
The speed and mobility that he possesses are the unusual qualities for someone with his size and strength.
What about the switch in positions, having only one full year at that position, playing tackle in college after only 1 year, now being projected as a pro guard? This young man is going to be all over the board.
If you're an athlete and a football player, it just doesn't make much difference.
Hinton selected by Denver, the number 4 overall selection. It's a very good year for offensive linemen, and Chris Hinton, obviously, in the selection, the eyes of the people that have picked so far, is the best man available. We're waiting for Chicago to be followed by Kansas City. John Elway has been selected by Baltimore. We have not had a trade yet in this draft. Let's get back to the Sheraton in New York.
Thanks, Bob. Let's take it another step further in the Elway situation. I think we're seeing more of a chess match than any kind of a definitive statement made by anybody.
Squeeze play. It's a Demoff and Al Davis squeeze play on Baltimore. Now they think, Demoff came in with the announcement quickly. Maybe they can panic him into making a trade that they don't want to make. And I see the hand of Al Davis behind this, Al being very good friends with Marvin Demoff. He just came up with that baseball announcement too quickly, and I think they want to stampede Baltimore into a quick trade.
I have to agree. Either the Raiders are going to try to trade up with Chicago and get the pick now that Chicago is supposed to be taking, or San Diego remains in the picture. They still have 2 number 1 picks left, perhaps New England. It wouldn't be surprising to see the Colts, with the squeeze being put on them, then turn around and trade Elway's rights to someone else and let them worry about it, but someone else other than the Raiders. So there's still a lot of intrigue left in this whole situation.
They're trying to get the price down. Baltimore's, obviously, unless they read it as a lie, they've got to trade him or eat the pick. And then there'll be a few jobs on the line in that one.
And in any case, the way the situation stands at this particular hour, John Elway has been selected by the Baltimore Colts. In case you joined us late, the late report we have from the West Coast is that Elway has selected baseball over football. But again, as we're discussing now, this may not be the end of the story. Before this day is over, we may very well find out exactly what direction John Elway will be going in. We should point out the fact that it's been no secret from the beginning that the dollar figures have been more advantageous for Elway from a baseball perspective, as opposed to his possible football contract. But there are a lot of other intangibles that will go into the Elway decision, so we'll be keeping up on that during the course of this entire NFL draft. Let's go back to Sal Marciano now, who has more reaction on this day number 1 of a one-day draft this year in the NFL. Sal.
George, the reaction here at the Baltimore Colts table is short and sweet. No comment from Dave Filer and John Scott, the representative of the Colts here in New York. I spoke with Commissioner Pete Rozelle, and the NFL commissioner said he will reserve comment until after John Elway's news conference this afternoon. Now back to George.
Okay, thank you, Sal. And standing by at our ESPN studios, Bob Lee and company are prepared to keep us up to date on what else is transpiring as we look at some of the athletes who have gone already. For instance, Billy Ray Smith. And before we go, we got Chicago now just working on their table. Let's stay with it for just a couple of moments and see what transpires, because they are ready to take their pick. The Bears with the first of 2 picks. Don Weiss has the card. He'll go up to the commissioner and get the first pick of 2. The second would be from Tampa Bay later in this first round. The Bears with 2 number 1 picks in the first round. Here's the commissioner.
Trade. That's a trade card. I can see by the expression on his face.
Chicago Bears. The Bears pick on the first round. Jimbo Covert, tackle, Pittsburgh. Next up, Kansas City.
Okay, 2 tackles, 2 big tackles have gone so far in this first round. Hitting from Northwestern, Jimbo Covert, one of the strongest offensive tackles ever to play the college game from the University of Pittsburgh, now goes to the Chicago Bears. We'll be back with more of ESPN's live and continuous coverage of the draft after these messages.
Along with Chris Berman and Bud Wilkinson, Bob Lee, as we continue our live coverage for the 4th consecutive year of the National Football League Collegiate Selection. We have live on the telephone Chris Hinton out of Northwestern, who has been the number 4 selection today of Denver, number 4 overall in the first round of Denver. Congratulations, Chris. Were you expecting to go to Denver? Or do you think possibly the Bears might take you closer to home than Northwestern?
Lately, just like the past week or so, I was starting to hear Denver, but up until then, I thought Chicago all the way. And I think Denver took all of their 15 minutes to make their choice. So I kind of thought they might pick someone else.
Chris, you've really struck a great blow for the future of Northwestern football. A lot of people said, why go to Northwestern when you'll never get any recognition? And I'd like to congratulate you. What's your feeling about that?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Chris, you've played tight end, you've played linebacker, you played tackle your senior year. You were announced at the draft as a guard. Where would you prefer to play? Which position, tackle or guard in the pros, or does it really matter at this point?
I have no preference at I want to play professional football.
Okay, and you're certainly going to do that because you're the top offensive lineman selected in a very deep year for offensive linemen. Congratulations, Chris.
Thank you very much.
Chris Hinton live on the telephone out of Northwestern at 6'4", 245, and Billy Ray Smith was selected just after Chris by San Diego, projected as a linebacker out of Arkansas. And Billy Ray Smith, and we talked about, and Paul and Howard talked about the battle that must have been going on in San Diego. Tom Bass, defensive coordinator, winning out a scouting report that shows him grading out to a 19-0 on a 5-point system. His coverage takes a bit of a licking here, but of course strength, quickness, and pursuit are good numbers for Billy Ray Smith.
And rushing the passer is a vital thing. I don't think anybody ever questioned the ability of San Diego to move the football. It's just been phenomenal, the skill of their offense. If they can build a defense that can stand in there and get the ball relatively quickly, then they're real Super Bowl contenders.
He was a roving end for Arkansas, kind of a disruptive force on the field, so Billy Ray Smith, the selection. Kansas City is up. Let's get back to the Sheridan in New York City for their pick.
Here's the commissioner.
Kansas City, first choice in the first round. Quarterback, Todd Blackledge, Penn State. Next up, Philadelphia.
Philadelphia Eagles will be up next, and now very clearly this settles the question: will it be Fuller or will it be Kenny, or will it be a trade for Carano? It will be neither of those three. And I think also too you have to consider the fact most of the scouts realize that Blackledge may take a year or two before he gets to the point of being ready to step in, because he doesn't come from a pure professional style backfield with the Nittany Lions. But does this surprise you?
Well, it surprised me because they said Eason. I should have known that they were blowing smoke. They said Eason, and then they said that Kelly didn't look good to them, and they were telling the truth on that one. So, you know, they were 1 for 2 when telling the truth, and you just have trouble reading it.
Surprise to you?
That's the main surprise, that it was Blackledge, and most scouts felt that Eason and Jim Kelly perhaps were the number 2, 3 quarterback, and Kansas City obviously had Blackledge as their number 2, and they'd wanted to get some offensive line help. Perhaps they think that'll still be available on the second round, and so this is just another draft like they usually go.
Meanwhile, Tony Hunter goes undrafted.
Yeah.
He's the Sean Farrell of 1983.
And the next question, too, is what happens with either Fuller or Kenny at this stage now, too? I doubt they're going to go with 3 quarterbacks by the time they hit camp.
They might. I would think it makes more sense to trade one. I don't think the formula works, having 3 young quarterbacks or even 2 young quarterbacks the same age, close to same ability. That's never worked, and it's created problems. I think they'd be better off getting an old guy to play back if they want 3 and trading one for good value.
Philadelphia Eagles up next. New coach, Marion Campbell. New player personnel people, because Peterson has gone to the USFL. This is a critical draft for them.
It really is, and they have the round of the draft. The Cardinals gave the Bills their 4th-round pick for a pick this year, which the Cardinals eventually traded. So there has been prior dealings between the teams, so that might be what's going on right now.
They don't have to worry about Atlanta and Joey Browner. They like Pitts.
Let's update you on what could transpire if they go past it. Well, here, they've passed on the card now, so we won't have to worry about it. You don't lose your pick. You just lose in rotation.
The Walsh brothers fell asleep.
It'll make it before we get to the end. The commissioner with the Buffalo Bills' second first-round pick.
Buffalo selects quarterback Jim Kelly, Miami of Florida. New England Patriots next up.
I won that one. I got it on the second.
Okay, count one for Zim.
But I gave him
Jim Kelly, the quarterback of Miami of Florida, who had the separated shoulder, but is supposed to be 100% A-OK. We'll be back with more of the NFL draft after these messages.
I feel like I could add another dimension to it, like the fullback coming out the backfield to catch the football and just the tailback. You know, they don't have to take the fullback out and put another small receiver in. I feel like I can just stay in there, and we just have a lot more diversity to our offense.
Coverage of the National Football League draft for the 4th consecutive year. Chris Berman and Bud Wilkinson, along with yours truly, Bob Lee. And we await New England's selection, but Buffalo has just selected Jim Kelly, quarterback out of Miami, and he's on the telephone line with us now. Jim, congratulations. You were the 2nd quarterback selected in this draft after Elway, John going first. Were you surprised to be selected by Buffalo?
From the beginning, I sort of thought it was going to be Buffalo. I've read a lot of articles, I've talked to many people, and I'm not surprised at all. I'm just glad that I was picked, you know, high up in the first round, and I'm ready to give them 100%.
Being picked number 14.
I guess, Jim, when you had the shoulder injury during the fall, you wondered whether you would be picked at all, whether it would heal. Obviously, you've satisfied a lot of the scouts, especially Buffalo's. Let's hear it from you. How is the shoulder?
It's excellent. I'm probably back to, say, 95 to 100%. I've worked out on a Cybex machine, and I'm very happy with it right now, and I'm just interested in getting ready for the season next year.
Having played in Miami, are you looking forward to that tight shoulder in Buffalo's weather?
I'm ready to play for anybody. Like I said, I'd give 100% for anybody. I went down to Miami. I played under great coaching, and I feel that I have the ability right now to be a good quarterback. And I just want to thank the Buffalo Bills for having the interest in picking me, and I'm just grateful to being part of the Buffalo Bills organization.
We're showing some highlights of you in action right now. The scouting report from a number of NFL sources on you, Jim. Really, your highest grade, the ability to read defenses at a 4.9 on a 5.0 scale. Do you share that opinion? You think that's your strength?
Oh, yes, by far, because I've had great coaching with Earl Morrall and Coach Howard Snellberger. They've taught me everything I know up to date, and that's definitely my strong point. I think that's going to help me. And I think it rates me a couple, maybe 1 or 2 years over a lot of the other quarterbacks because of my great coaching.
You know, you mentioned Earl Morrall, who certainly knows a bit about quarterbacking. You're now going to play for a team.
And now back to New York.
Here's the commissioner.
New England Patriots. New England's first choice in the first round. Quarterback, Tony Eason, Illinois. Next up, Atlanta.
Okay, so the quarterback of this day, the fourth quarterback to go. First Elway, then Blackledge, then Kelly. Now Tony Eason has gone with the New England Patriots, and that more or less confirms what we've just been bouncing back and forth as to their plans.
That's right. With Eason there, they didn't think he was going to be available. There's some scouts who think that down the road Eason's going to be a tremendous quarterback. Of course, now they have 3 quarterbacks there. Perhaps there might be a subsequent deal now involving one of them, Grogan or Kavanaugh. But now most everybody had projected Gary Anderson, the Arkansas wide receiver, as going to New England. Now the big question is, where will he finally end up?
He might end up in San Diego. They've got 2 more picks.
They loved him anyway.
They loved him. They loved him even for their first pick, the number 5 pick. Now they have 2 more picks left. They can do 1 defense and 1 offense. But I'll tell you something about Eason. Jim Finks told me, he says, after this draft is history, 10 years from now, Eason will be the one player remembered, even more so than Elway. And I said, why don't you draft him? And he said, well, we have a quarterback. We have more needs. But he thinks he's the best one.
Let me ask you a little bit about this now with the quarterback situation that the Patriots have. They had the best offer on the table to the Colts regarding the Elway situation. A number 1 and a number 2 this year and next year. Number 1 is gone now, but how about packaging one of their other quarterbacks to Baltimore, plus the number 2 and the number 1 and the number 2 of next year? Is that out of the realm of possibility?
It's crazy. It's only if Baltimore is absolutely panicked and they're afraid of getting nothing. Why do they need damaged goods? I mean, they have 2 hurt quarterbacks. They have a better quarterback right there playing for them. He's playing in the division, and then you have to ask, where's Billy Sullivan going to get all that money? I mean, he's having a lot of money problems. There might be a payoff on the Raiders thing. He had to buy his team back. He's got severe problems there. Is he going to get up to the $7 million package? I don't think it's very likely.
You think the Elway situation will be finalized before this day is over?
Well, of course, he's called the press conference for 2 o'clock on the coast, 5 o'clock here. So I guess he's giving the Colts a lot of time to try to get themselves out of this. Greg Wyatt just mentioned about the 3 number 1s. I don't know that San Diego ever really made that offer. So Atlanta's coming up, and the Colts have to be panicking right now. They're doing a lot of sweat.
My spies tell me that Al Davis is going to draft Elway and then sue the league, saying the draft is illegal. They have as much right to him as anybody else.
That could happen before it's all over, the way it's gone in years past. Okay, the selection, Tony Eason to the New England Patriots. We're waiting on the Falcons. ESPN's live and continuous coverage of the draft will continue after these messages.
ESPN here in the Sports Center, along with Chris Berman and Bud Wilkinson. I'm Bob Lee. As we await the first and the only selection in the first round for Atlanta, it will be the number 16 selection overall. Let's step back for a second and take a look at the man that New England, though, has selected, number 15 overall, Tony Eason, or Charles Carroll Eason IV, with 4.75 speed, a man who was coached by Mike White. Mike White knows quarterbacks.
Well, he's done a great job with all of his quarterbacks and has really brought the passing game, he and Darrell Rogers, into the Big Ten Conference. I think it's very interesting, though, if you're looking down the road a little bit about college recruiting, you've had 4 quarterbacks chosen in the top 15. So if you're a college football team and you're not going with the pro-style pass offense, how do you recruit a great quarterback?
Okay, so we've seen Eason now go to the Patriots after Jim Kelly, surprisingly in the minds of some people. I know you, Chris, went to Buffalo. Let's put Eason into behind the center, ready to get the snap with the Patriots, and there's a crowd back there for the Patriots, and they've got some tough, hard choices to make in Rhode Island this year.
They do. I don't think they minded Kelly going before Eason, and I'll tell you why. They wanted Eason all along. Their 2 veteran quarterbacks, Bobby, and Kavanaugh and Steve Grogan, are both damaged goods somewhat, the knee problems. Now, if they had 2 healthy veterans that they weren't that high on, they might have taken a shot at Kelly, but they want a guy that's physically sound, at least coming in, so they're going with Eason. My biggest question is whether Tom Flick. Now, they made a trade last year for Tommy Owen that ended up not playing at all behind Theismann, but getting a Super Bowl ring. Flick almost, some people say a couple of years ago, had a shot to beat out Theismann the way he was playing. Of course, not the way Theismann played last year. All of a sudden, it seems Flick has fallen out of favor. He looks like the odd man out, although actually one of those veterans could be odd man out. It's time for New England to develop a new quarterback. For a while, it looked like it's Flick. Now it looks like it's Tony Eason, and I hope Stanley Morgan hasn't read the only knock on Eason, that he lacks a little zip on the fastball. I'm not saying that. That's just what I've heard from some people. Stanley Morgan likes to see Grogan in there because he'll air it out 60 yards. Yeah. If Eason lacks the zip on the fastball, Stanley's going to go, oh, no, not again.
It's in the scouting report we have on Tony. He's a 4.3 on his 5 skill, 4.3 for his arm, 4.3 for his release, and his best marks are for reading and for his agility at a 4.5, so that might be borne out the lack of zing. Let's step for ahead. Atlanta's going to pick. One quick projection. Who do you think Atlanta's going to go for?
I'll give you a few projections. Atlanta's going to go with Pitts, Mike Pitts, as Paul said, down in New York. St. Louis picks next. Bud and I think they'll go for a defensive back, maybe Leonard Smith or maybe Joey Browner. I think Willie Galt's a lock for Chicago, the 3rd pick upcoming.
Your thought, though, that St. Louis might go for Dave Remington, I think it's got merit. We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, they got Deerdorf there, but as you say, Deerdorf doesn't have that many years left at offensive side.
All right.
He's been a great one, though.
St. Louis will select after Atlanta. Atlanta is up, St. Louis, and then Chicago to follow. And we'll see what happens. Again, teams have 15 minutes per selection. No trade so far in this first round of the NFL draft. Let's see what's happening at the Sheraton now. George?
Why Atlanta's taking so long.
Thanks, Bob. You're looking at the Atlanta Falcons desk as they are waiting on their selection. Whitey Zimmerman's the man on the right. He's been through a lot of these over the years, and he's on the phone now to Atlanta, to Dan Henning and company, as they try to hammer out their first selection in the first round. 6 minutes and counting as Zimmerman sits with Jim Hay, the treasurer of the Falcons, as they try to get the final word on Atlanta's pick. How do you
why do they call a guy with dark hair Whitey?
The Falcons, it's surprising, I guess, that they're taking so long, although maybe they're choosing between Mike Pitts at defensive end and Joey Browner at safety. As Paul was pointing out, Dan Henning likes Pitts a lot. There's talk the Falcons might switch to a 4-man line from the usual 3-4 they've played in the past. They have some age at line with Jeff Merrow and Yates, and a young guy they drafted last year, Doug Rogers. So it might be a tough decision, though, between those 2 players, because they do need help on defense.
I can't understand why they're taking so long. I mean, according to everybody I talked to, Dan is just sold on Pitts if he doesn't play baseball. I'm just kidding.
The way this goes this year, he could.
That's right.
Standing by is Sal Marciano with some reflections on the way the first round has gone so far. Sal?
Okay, George, the first 15 picks, 4 quarterbacks. They are John Elway, Todd Blackledge, Jim Kelly, and Tony Eason. And this has happened 3 times in the first round of the NFL draft. The most memorable one being 1971. The first 3 picks were quarterbacks: Jim Plunkett, Archie Manning, Dan Pastorini. Last year, 3 quarterbacks went in the first round: Dave Wilson of New Orleans, Art Schlichter by Baltimore, Jim McMahon of Chicago. Now, the United States Football League's major criticism has been the fact that it's been shallow at quarterback, and I'm sure that the NFL would love to sign all the 4 quarterbacks they have picked so far to contracts to keep the USFL weak at that critical position. Now back to the podium, George.
Thanks, Al. We should point out one other thing, too. When you talk about National Football League, people around the league looking at this draft, they look at the number of quarterbacks, and they say this is their future for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years, because the quarterbacks are obviously your most visible athletes. So if you stock up in a year like this and sign these athletes, it's a critical point for the development of talent, a critical point for the development of familiarity with athletes in the league.
I'm glad you said and sign those athletes. That's the critical point in this day and age.
One thing that might be going on with this pick, and of course it is pure speculation, but St. Louis, with Tim Lewis gone, Chicago, I think, wants Willie Gault. Chicago picks after St. Louis. They might feel that the Cardinals are going to take Willie Gault, so they might be trying to talk to Atlanta to trade up those 2 spots, because Atlanta would still feel they might get Mike Pitts after the Cardinals would then pick.
I think that Atlanta, that would be a very risky move for Atlanta, because then they have to just gamble that St. Louis isn't going to take Pitts, and
they might figure they can still get Browner at that point.
But they want Pitts.
Another point that when Sal's discussion about the quarterback situation, he mentioned the number of quarterbacks taken. Ironically, the last #1 draft pick of a quarterback was back in '75 when Steve Bartkowski of this Atlanta Falcons team was selected. And Bartkowski, while out of disfavor, he showed up at the minicamp and says he's ready to play for Henning and play some good football. So we'll see how that develops. Here's the commissioner with the Atlanta Falcons pick in the first round of this 1983 National Football League draft.
Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta's first choice. Very good. Defensive end Mike Pitts of Alabama.
The Atlanta selection of Mike Pitts, and the commissioner has not mentioned it, but next up is the St. Louis Cardinals after their 5-4 record of a year ago. Jim Hanifin and company are standing by trying to figure out what to do. Let's take a look with Dave Sullivan on how they've done in the past.
The St. Louis Cardinals will draft in the 17th position in the first round of the draft. Just talk to the Cardinals about what a good draft can do for you. In just 4 seasons' time, the Cardinals have gone from a team beset with personnel problems and a host of drafting errors in the premium rounds to a club that earned a playoff berth on the strength of 4 consecutive quality drafts. A total of 14 starters were obtained since 1979, including 10 players, as well as the effective performance of veteran Dan Dierdorf, who made a key switch to offensive center. Cardinal management, long the vocal point of media criticism, must now be given credit for making a string of quality decisions. The hiring of Jim Hanifin, the keeping of veteran Jim Hart, despite a huge price tag to play as the backup quarterback, and maintaining confidence in the scouting operation that is run by George Boone. Now, it wasn't easy to justify such confidence until 1979. After all, no team in the league had made as many mistakes in the premium rounds in the period from 1970 through 1978. But of late, the only mistake that the Cardinals have made in player evaluation has been the 3rd-round choice of John Cited in 1980. Cited, an offensive tackle from Brown, is actually starting, albeit in a stopgap situation for the Baltimore Colts. Now, neither Larry Swider nor Theodis Brown could earn a starting berth with a Cardinal team that made its first playoff appearance since the end of the Don Coryell era. In order for the Cardinals to progress further in the playoff chase, the team must continue to fortify its defense, especially the secondary and the linebacking area. The team is desperate for a top-flight cornerback capable of covering the best receivers in the sport one-on-one, as was evidenced by the failure to do so against the Packers in the postseason. And with Mel Gray heading for retirement, the team also needs a speedy wide receiver to complement starters Pat Tilley and Roy Green. The St. Louis Cardinals could also use another running back to add punch to an offensive backfield that lacked depth a year ago.
Thank you, David. The story of this National Football League draft continues to unfold. We are awaiting the St. Louis Cardinals pick in this 1983 draft. We'll be back with the Cards pick and more. 12 minutes and counting. Let's pause for these minutes.
St. Louis Cardinals pick on the first round. Leonard Smith, defensive back, McNeese State.
Good choice.
Commissioner Pete Rozelle and the announcement of the St. Louis Cardinals pick, the third defensive back taken, Leonard Smith, along with Lewis and Kennard, already taken as defensive backs at this juncture of the National Football League draft. We're waiting on the Minnesota Vikings now and their selection in the first round.
Well, Chicago's before Minnesota. The interesting thing about the Cardinals is, from what everything they said was, if Lewis wasn't there, they'd probably take wide receiver Willie Gault. But it's obvious the Cardinals went strictly for need here. They took the next cornerback on their board rather than taking Gault. And now with Chicago picking, I'm sure Jim Finks is happy, because I would expect the Bears to take Gault. And then,
yeah, but don't forget Anderson is available.
That's right. Anderson is also available. He's a good return man. Perhaps he can help either Chicago or Minnesota. And now Minnesota might be looking. Everyone was figuring Don Mosbar for the Vikings. But now that they know that either Gault or Anderson will be there, playing inside the dome on the turf. They had injuries to wide receivers. Ahmad Rashad retired. Sammy White had some injuries at the end of the year. The Vikings now could turn around and take whichever wide receiver the Bears don't take.
Let's go back a year, too, and then we got Marty McDowell, who was drafted last year, who didn't pan out this past year.
It was Darren Nelson in the first round.
Darren Nelson last year, right. But McDowell
2 years ago,
who has been counted on to fill in and hasn't so far, so it's a critical year for him this coming year.
That's right.
Glenn Young is another pick I heard from Minnesota. That was assuming that all those receivers, highly ranked receivers, are gone. But, you know, no receiver has been drafted yet. That's the funny part. I think Minnesota would definitely take one of those two, unless they're afraid of the Anderson-Argovitz connection.
Okay, we're waiting on the draft for Chicago, then Minnesota to follow there. Let's go back to our ESPN headquarters in Bob Lee. Bob?
Thank you, George. And the pick that Chicago will be exercising shortly, they acquired last year on draft day, swapping selections with Tampa Bay, and Tampa Bay using that selection last year in the first round to go after Booker Reese. So the Bears are up. Let's again step back just a couple of picks, gentlemen, and look at some of the people that have already been selected. We spoke earlier with Tony Hunter out of now the Buffalo Bills, late of Notre Dame, cutting class, as Sal pointed out today. 12-yard average. He's a guy, Bud, who has been wide receiver, has played wingback, and only went to tight end at the end of his junior year in college.
Well, Hunter's got the quality that very few tight ends have, the ability to run after he has caught the ball. Running to get open, of course, is very, very important. But when he catches it, he's really a threat downfield, difficult to tackle.
2 touchdown receptions as a freshman, 2 as a junior. None this past year, but his best scouting grade, Chris, we'll see shortly, is for his hands at a 4.8.
Yes, his hands are outstanding. And as we mentioned before in the telecast, Bob, coming out of college, he is projected as a better professional tight end than Kellen Winslow. That's coming out of college now, and that's a pretty good projection. So that the Bills haven't had a big play tight end for many, I don't know if a long time. I'll have to check with McGuire on that. It's been a long while since they've had a big play tight end like this, and it's a good pick for Buffalo.
Okay, Buffalo, number 12 selection, taking Tony Hunter. Then, since Philadelphia did not, as expected, through most of the pre-draft speculation, Philly did not take James Jones. That task fell to Detroit. So the Lions have selected probably the best fullback in this draft. At 6'3", 235 pounds, had a great senior year, 206 receptions, yards, and 9 touchdowns overall. Man can catch the ball. He pointed that out to us during one commercial break as we spoke with him. He can catch football.
I've seen Jones play 3 times, and I believe that he's the most complete all-around football player that I have seen this past season. He's strong, he's fast. His exceptional ability is blocking. And he also catches the ball well, so what else can you ask?
He's versatile, as you pointed out, because he did play tight end as a freshman when he didn't rush all that much, and excellent blocker, and a very good basketball player. All-around athlete is what it comes down to.
Or an athlete. That's right. And, you know, Dexter Bussey is getting up in years with the Detroit Lions, and it's a good pick for Jones. A lot of people thought that he would go to Philadelphia. I know most of us did, but they picked Haddix instead. We do know that Jones had a bunion operation in the offseason. Now, whether that was enough to scare Philadelphia or whether that's just an oh-by-the-way fact, we'll have to wait and see. But Detroit obviously feels maybe he can block for Billy Sims while Billy stays in Detroit.
All right, if Billy stays in Detroit also, considering what's going to be happening there. Now, the number 16 pick overall in the draft, the Atlanta Falcons, as you predicted, Swami, defensive end Mike Pitts out of Alabama, a man with 4.8 speed, 260 pounds worth of Mike Pitts, and a very mobile man. Here's a fellow who was an outside linebacker, and then he beefed up, and they put him on the line, but he really was a stand-up type of end.
It doesn't make much difference where you play him. He's so agile and so strong. He can be a linebacker, he can be an end, and is you get a shakeout with injuries during the season. Having somebody who can go from position to position is a tremendous coaching asset.
Well, I think Mike Pitts, the fact that he has never played a down lineman might hurt him just a little bit. But for Atlanta, let's face it, their pass rush has not been up to snuff. Their best pass rusher, Jeff Merrill, has been hurt much of the last few seasons. And as Howard pointed out earlier, they're going to go to a 4-3, I believe, under new coach Dan Henning this year. You know they have the linebackers to play behind there and to come in and blitz. And when they go to a 4-3, they needed help, especially at defensive end. And Mike Pitts is their type of guy.
Mike Pitts, and you put him in with Jeff Yates and Jeff Murrow, and it's apparent that there's going to be a need for him. Yates at age 32, as you mentioned. Murrow is 30, and of course they've got Doug Rogers also at defensive end. Number 2 pick last year from Stanford, and really maybe Pitts could make that jump over Rogers and certainly claim one of those starting positions.
Yeah, I think he certainly can. I also think, Bobby, that Atlanta, you know, they have a playoff offense. They have you want to call it a Super Bowl offense? Certainly you can. But their defense has just not been up to snuff. The linebackers, sure, Joel Williams has been hurt, but they've got solid linebackers. They need a little help in the DBs, and they also need help on the defensive line. Now, we have understanding that the Falcons may be willing to deal Lynn Kane, perhaps to somebody in their own division, perhaps out west, okay? They drafted Gerald Riggs last year. That surprised a lot of people. Remember, Kane played quarters 1 and 3 at one of the running backs opposite Andrews, and Riggs played quarters 2 and 4. Maybe with trade bait Kane, they move up. That is just something that we should point out. We haven't had a trade of a player yet today, and I would imagine 1 or 2 of them are coming, Bob.
Okay, St. Louis, the last selection we just saw, selected Leonard Smith, cornerback out of McNeese State. And as we talked about possibly, but maybe they go for running back. No, they went for help in the secondary. And again, grading out to an 18-7. He's a very good man against the run. But whether he will start immediately, whether playing at McNeese has afforded him the experience, we'll have to, so let's plug him into the backfield where Carl Allen has signed to leave for Chicago of the USFL. You've got Jeff Griffin, but where does Smith fit in?
I think he's a better athlete. Kenny Green, of course, is a tremendous player, but I think that Smith has got the overall potential to be a true star. And the fact that he played at little school, a lot of the great players came from little schools, including Tony Bradshaw, or Terry Bradshaw.
We're awaiting the next selection by Chicago. 6 minutes, we understand, on the clock at the Sheraton. Chicago then to be followed by Minnesota and San Diego. But that St. Louis selection, quickness and agility were the 2 highest grades that Leonard Smith had, and he's the first-round pick.
Well, Smith, some people have rated him, Bob, as the best man-to-man coverer, i.e. cornerback, in this draft, even better than Tim Lewis. I think the sigh that you heard, a little disappointment, was coming all the way 3,000 miles from us in San Diego. I think they would have liked to have Smith available for pick number 20 or number 22. I think they are hoping that Minnesota goes with Mosbar instead of Gary Anderson, and pick 20 for San Diego. They can go with Anderson. We expect Gall to go next for the Bears, but getting back to Smith, you know, a wise choice for St. Louis. Let's face it, they were burned and burned often in that playoff game against the Packers. It showed.
We have not yet had a trade in this first round. We have had John Elway, if you've just joined us, selected by Baltimore. There has been no trade yet. There will be a press conference at 5 Eastern, 2 Pacific time, at which point John Elway may address the question. And we have reports, as Greg Wyatt told us, that already this told Frank Kush he won't play for the Colts. Let's get back to New York City.
Thanks, Bob. I want to remind you that while Sal is working on the National Football League draft today, he'll be back in his familiar venue of Top Rank Boxing on ESPN live Thursday, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. Featured bout 10-round welterweight matchup. Roger Stafford makes a return engagement on ESPN. It's Stafford against Rodriguez. And then in a featherweight bout, it'll be Bernard Taylor against Roosevelt Rico. The 2 feature matchups on our Top-Ranked Boxing card. Join Sal and Al, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific, as we continue to bring you the best in boxing on your source for sports. Today, it's the best of the National Football League collegiate draft, as we are waiting on the Chicago Bears selection. They've already taken Jimbo Covert, the tackle from Pittsburgh, as their first selection in the first round. This second selection is as a result from Tampa Bay and the Booker Reese deal. So we are waiting now, and as you look at the Chicago phone area, that's Rudy Custer on the right. Rudy Custer has been around, we talk about since the early 50s. Rudy was around in the days when Bert Bell used to do it. Custer, the business manager of the Chicago Bears, and Dan Gleason on the left, as they await the word from Chicago, from Jim Finks and company, as they try to put together their second first-round pick. What's the speculation? I know you like
Al Davis.
You like the Davis connection.
Strike. Right. They're now. nobody on the phone there in the Chicago table. In the office, the phone is buzzing. Jim Finks and Al Davis talking to one another, poised to strike to get Elway. Baltimore hoping that it goes through, I think. What do you think, Howard?
It makes sense. The names that were talked about with the Raiders trading up to that 6th spot originally were Howard Long, the defensive lineman, and possibly Ted Watts, the cornerback. But Chicago had to make sure they got the offensive lineman they wanted, so they didn't want to make that deal with the 6th pick. Well, they have the offensive lineman they want. Now they have an 18th choice. Everyone thinks Willie Gault, but with time ticking away, under 3 minutes now, what we might be seeing is that the Elway thing coming back again, because Finks figures he can give up that pick. Hallis figures he won't have to pay another #1 draft pick and get a pretty good player from the Raiders, maybe even 2 players, and another pick somewhere else down the draft.
It appears they're getting some kind of word over the phone now as we're under the 2.5-minute mark. They've filled out 1 card. It looks like they may have filled out 2 cards as we have sat here. You know, it's a question of which one they're going to pull and which one they're going to hand.
I'm having a little trouble with those helmet phones. You don't know whether a guy's answering a phone or performing a lobotomy.
You can pick one up, by the way. I think they go about $200 a piece.
I'll take a dozen.
2 minutes, just about, as we're waiting. It looks like they're having a little bit of difficulty hearing. They've filled out a couple of cards. We're waiting to see which one they'll finally pull, but it appears they're getting close to the Bears. Then after the Bears, it'll be the Minnesota Vikings. Bud Grant will get his first crack at the 1983 crop of senior athletes. And again, it's been talked about on ESPN and all over for the last couple of years, really, that the strength of this draft is related, yes, to the number of athletes, but also to the fifth-year seniors, those athletes that were redshirted. Back 5 years ago, for instance, Jimbo Covert, who was picked by the Chicago Bears from Pittsburgh, is one of those athletes, one of the strongest offensive linemen maybe ever to play the game. Okay, there's your card.
Two guys filled out cards. Both men at the Chicago table were filling out cards.
Howard, are your eyes good enough? Could you see any of the writing on those cards?
One of them was crossing it out. Unfortunately, my long lens glasses are not with me today.
Let's project.
But they're still waiting. It looks like maybe they've given him a choice of 2 guys.
They're not smiling.
No.
So
that's not unique. Very often that will happen. They'll name 2 or maybe 3 people and then finally decide on the basis of what conversations went on back home.
Has anybody informed me you're only allowed to draft 1?
Last year, of course, there was the story supposedly of the draft of Tampa Bay involving, of course, our favorite Sean Farrell, that the man filling out the card actually turned in the wrong card. There was that report after the draft.
This is that pick right now. This is the Tampa Bay pick.
That's right.
Ironic.
How ironic. Life comes back to haunt you.
And again, for those of you that may have just joined us and are not familiar with the situation, you get 15 minutes for each pick on the first 2 rounds. After that, the rest of the draft, and this year it will be a 1-day draft, not 2 days as it has been in recent years. Every other pick for the finality of the draft will be 5 minutes per pick. If you should go past the limit, that 15-minute limit, you don't lose your pick, you just lose in rotation unless the National Football League officials up at the front, Jan Van Duzer, Al Ward, Joe Ryan, everybody who's sitting up there agrees that there is a reason to hold off. Here it is. Down the count goes.
They're going to blast off Rudy Custer if they don't make it.
There's the card. Here's the commissioner.
Chicago selection, first round, wide receiver, Willie Gault from Tennessee.
See what the fans said?
Minnesota is up next. Willie Gault, as had been expected and rumored, goes to the Chicago Bears. So the Bears have 2 first-round picks, Jimbo Covert of Pittsburgh and Willie Gault of Tennessee, the first wide receiver taken in this draft. And still to come, not a trade yet. On the West Coast, Greg Wyatt is standing by with an update on how things are developing in that section of the country. Greg?
George, it's funny you mentioned trade because there may be something brewing, and it involves the San Diego Chargers. John Elway has just gotten off the phone with the Stanford Sports Information Director, and he says there may be something cooking. And that is that the San Diego Chargers have 2 picks coming up, and that's a number 20 and a number 22. Possibility, the Chargers are going to offer the 20, 22, and a first-round draft pick from next year to pick up Elway. And, of course, there's the other possibility, and that's Al Davis a little bit later in this draft. Back to you folks in New York.
Okay, good job, Greg. And again, as was the case last year when Chris Berman was in San Francisco and we were tracking down information, Greg Wyatt is on the West Coast this year, tracking down up-to-the-minute information as we try to hammer out what happens in the John Elway sweepstakes. Colts have picked them, but it's not over yet. We'll be back with more of ESPN's coverage of the draft after these messages.
Again from Greg Wyatt, something could be in the works involving San Diego for John Elway, who was drafted #1 by Baltimore. There has been no trading yet in this first round of draft day proper. We'll get back to New York for the selection by Minnesota, but now let's get out to Hawthorne, New Jersey. Lord Jim's and our very own Leandra Riley. Leandra.
Well, Bob Lee, something better be in the works. This is a national championship hand without a national championship ring. The Penn State Nittany Lions have not yet received their championship rings for their fine performance last season. The man I'm holding hands with is Greg Garrity, and he can boast being an athlete who walked onto the Penn State team, was a 4-year letterman and a 3-year starter, and I'm afraid that the great state of Pennsylvania has a lot to boast about this day. 4 athletes from that state who played their college ball there have been drafted already in the first round, and 2 of them came from your school. Your thoughts on our 2 players drafted from Penn State, 3rd and 7th?
Well, Kurt Warner and Todd Blackledge are 2 of the premier players on our team this year, and I think they've proved themselves and did really well this year, and I think they deserve to be the first-round draft choices.
Were you surprised at all at the teams that selected them, or your thoughts on maybe how they'll mesh in with those teams that did choose them?
Well, I think everyone sort of knew where Kurt was going to go, but Todd sort of was a surprise a little bit, and I think he's going to mesh in real well. Of course, I think he's going to do real well in the league, and we're just going to have to wait and see.
I know we're putting you under the pressure here, putting you on television, but I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on you just waiting for a draft choice.
There's a lot of pressure. It's just, I don't know, just sit there and wait, and that's all I can do right now.
Okay, I'm glad you're waiting with us. We'll be watching your reactions when you are selected. Thank you much, Greg Garrity, and let's go back to our gentleman in Bristol, Connecticut.
Thank you, Leandra. We are awaiting the selection by Minnesota, but Chicago picking for the 2nd time in the first round with the selection they acquired last year from Tampa Bay. Today picked Willie Gault, but now let's get the Vikings selection, their first pick in this '83 draft.
Maxwell, then
Minnesota Vikings, first-round selection. Defensive back, Joey Browner, USC. Next pick, San Diego, by nature of a previous trade with Green Bay.
Okay, Joey Browner of the University of Southern California.
Okay, George, at that point when San Diego picks #20, we'll see if any fireworks will happen, if any trading will happen. But Joey Browner, the defensive back out of USC, picked by Minnesota #19. Backtracking to Willie Gault, who has been selected. The Olympic class, the Olympic runner out of Tennessee. Look at that, 4.43 speed. And was on the Olympic team back in 1980. An excellent kick returner. That it might be his forte. Tied an NCAA record back in 1980 when he had 3 kickoff returns for a touchdown. And from scrimmage, an excellent player.
Well, the thing that's different about Gault, most sprinters are taught to run with their weight too far forward. They're trying to get that straight-ahead speed. But this man has got the agility, as you can see here, to change direction without losing speed. And he's also got great hands, great eyes, catches the ball.
Averaging about 27 yards as a junior in kickoff returns and caught 8 touchdown passes over the last 2 seasons and had about 650 yards in receptions. The Chargers, this could be a moment of high drop. Where are we going to stand with the Chargers? Let's get back to the Sheraton.
Trade. Thanks, Bob. Let's go to the commissioner and see if the trade was worth it.
San Diego, first-round selection. Wide receiver, Gary Anderson of Arkansas.
As night sets on the Baltimore Colts.
So Gary Anderson does go to San Diego, not to where some of the projections have put him.
The sun is setting on Baltimore. We were sitting here projecting a trade for those 2 San Diego low picks for Elway, and now I think the curtain is ringing down.
It would appear that if anything was going to transpire, it would have been before this pick. Something could happen after this pick, but it's highly doubtful now.
It certainly appears that way. But as things happen in the NFL, talking to people in Baltimore last night, there was the talk that maybe they'd have to take Elway and make a trade later, that they didn't want San Diego to be making their picks for them. Who's to say they couldn't turn it? But San Diego right now with Billy Ray Smith helping in the defense, Gary Anderson, a good wide receiver,
and another defensive
and now they have another player 2 picks from now. They get a good defensive end, a linebacker. They can just about do anything. Jim Jeffcoat, there's so many names out there they can still add. It's just a matter of Gene Klein have to pay all those 3 number 1 picks, but they might look at it and say, hey, we don't need John Elway.
Yeah.
We've really upgraded
I really
our team.
can't see how Baltimore can make a deal now. They can't trade for veterans. Well, Cush has said all along they want drafts. They don't want veterans, and they're going back on that. It's going to be tough to eat the pick and get nothing out of it. I really feel sorry for them.
Ironic, too, because all of the discussions in the last couple of years surrounding San Diego stockpiling picks for the possibility of a trade, and now they end up using those picks, and they could end up being better off than all the trade talk that has been transpired.
Well, one of my thoughts was, as great as John Elway is, I don't know if I would trade that many picks. And you have to look at it. The 4 Pro Bowl quarterbacks last year, there were 3 number 3s and a number 4. You go back the last 3 Super Bowls, the 6 starting quarterbacks, there was only 1 number 1, Jim Plunkett. You don't necessarily need the great quarterback that's picked number 1 in the draft to get to the Super Bowl.
You know, it's easy to
do it with other players.
It's easy to second guess it now, but I think what everybody's afraid of is being embarrassed. If a guy turns out to be an all-timer, then you say, well, we let him go. And for years, you remembered as that.
Okay, standing by, back at our ESPN headquarters is Bob Lee, with a fellow who's got to have a smile on his face. Joey Browner of the Trojans has been selected. Bob?
Oh, thank you, George. Let's get right to the telephone and talk with Joey Browner. Joey, congratulations, number 19 selection, going to Minnesota. I guess you've just learned about the selection yourself.
Yes, I did.
They project you possibly as a strong safety in the pros. You played corner as an underclassman. You're a free safety your senior year. What's your favorite position?
Well, it doesn't really matter. You know, I played all the positions, so they're about equal. So whichever one they decide to play, they'll be okay with me.
I think that the tradition that you represent is certainly a great asset, and I feel that that's one of the reasons that Minnesota's strong for you.
You're playing, you know, a couple of years ago, you'd be coming from USC and you'd be saying, oh, no, I'm outside. It's 20 below zero. AstroTurf going to be your home surface. What do you think of that, Joey?
I never really played on it except for in high school my senior year, but, you know, I've been playing on grass for years, so it'll be something new for me.
Have you talked to your brother Ross of the Bengals about what you're about to go through now? As a first-round selection, it's going to be a little bit of pressure on your shoulders going to camp, and also getting and hammering out a good contract. Have you talked it with your older brother?
Well, I've talked to him a little bit about it, but, you know, it wasn't until now that, you know, I found out what team I was going with, and so now it's just a matter of just going in there and trying to get what I can. But I've talked to him about it.
Okay, thanks, Joey. Congratulations again. Joey Browner out of USC, the number 19 selection overall. And looking at the scouting reports, his best number is for force. He's a man with a lot of power, and he'll be playing in the Minnesota Vikings backfield. Pittsburgh is about to select. Joey Browner having been selected by Minnesota, Gary Anderson by San Diego. How about the Steelers?
Glenn Smith, hot as a pistol.
Okay, Bob, we're waiting on the Steelers to see who their selection will be in the first round. The first pick for them of the day, they have 1 in the first round, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and 1 in the fourth round. You're looking at the Pittsburgh Steeler desk, and Bob McCartney, who is manning the desk with them, talking with the folks back in Steeltown as they try to take their number 1 pick. Speculation here on who they'll be taking.
I had the feeling they're going to be taking the defensive tackle, Gabe Rivera from Texas Tech, and then going into a 4-3. Now with Ray Pinney, their starting offensive tackle, gone to the USFL, they might go Mosbar. But I think they feel that there's a drop-off in quality, that Rivera is really the defensive lineman they want, and Mosbar is just another guy. They could go wide receiver, worried about their
Jim Smith is gone,
Jim
too.
Smith. They say Hawthorne is working out every day and looking very good at a receiver, so maybe they'll try and tough it through, hoping that he won't get hurt, go with the 2 wide receivers. I just have a feeling they're going to go for Rivera.
Linebacker might certainly be a possibility with the retirement of Jack Ham. Vernon Maxwell from Arizona State is available, as is Darryl Talley from West Virginia. So you could see the Steelers doing that. Again, there's a number of players that could probably step in right away and help them. But certainly, as Paul pointed out, the defection of Ray Pinney yesterday certainly could have them looking towards the offensive line.
This has been a team, when you look at it over the course of the last year, that's really gone through a great deal of transition. First, the coaches that left to the USFL, then the players that have gone to the USFL. New coaching staff, really, half the coaching staff was turned over. You got to give Chuck Noll credit for the job he did. And we talked earlier about who might have been hurt by the strike. I think this was the team that was hurt most by the strike this past year.
Steelers have been severely wounded on all fronts by the strike, by Terry Bradshaw getting hurt. Now he has an elbow operation that they say isn't serious. Who knows? USFL taking 2 coaches and 3 players. I mean, they're getting bounced around. But I love that organization. I think they'll be back.
Okay, we're waiting on the Pittsburgh Steelers selection. This their first pick of the 1983 collegiate draft. And while we're dealing with football today, don't forget, as it is the case in every April, as it has been over the last couple of years, will be the case again this year. We'll be bringing you WCT tennis, the WCT finals on ESPN. That's at 1:30 on the East Coast, 10:30 on the West Coast, starting Thursday. That's April the 28th. From Reunion Arena, Jim Simpson will be there, Cliff Drysdale will be there, our award-winning team of tennis telecasters for the quarterfinals, live semifinal, and live championship coverage. It ends Sunday, May the 1st at 3 o'clock Eastern and noon Pacific. Lendl, McEnroe, Gerolaitis. Well, we've had some great tennis over the last couple of years. Ironically, usually it's the night before the draft, but the schedule's been changed a bit this year. We usually get a chance to watch it the night before, back-to-back coverage. So it's a big week of football, a big week of NBA basketball coming up tonight on ESPN, and the WCT finals as well. 7 minutes and change, and you can see the selection being made on the card. But again, remember, it's not odd to pick 2 or 3 players, have the cards written out, so when you get down to the wire, you just select one of those cards. But it looks like we've got a selection here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Commissioner checking some pronunciation.
Pittsburgh Steelers, first round selection. Defensive tackle, Gabriel Rivera, Texas Tech.
You have him?
Score one, presume.
Next up, San Diego.
I need one real bad.
Very few defensive linemen have gone in this draft so far. Pitts went as the first defensive end, and Rivera now goes. So we are waiting now on the San Diego Chargers to come back and do it again.
Artie Rooney's comment about him, you know, he's got very small legs and big upper body and belly. Says he's built like Babe Ruth.
If he can do what the Babe did, he'll be in pretty good shape.
That's right, he can belt him out.
ESPN's coverage of the 1983 National Football League Collegiate Draft is continuing as we head back to our ESPN studios. And Bob Lee. Bob?
Thank you, George. The Chargers are next up, followed by Dallas, then the Jets. So Senor Sack, Gabriel Rivera out of Texas Tech, defensive lineman, has been selected by Pittsburgh. But let's get back to the second selection of the 3 that San Diego has owned and so far exercised in this first round. Gary Anderson, Bud, we call him a wide receiver, but this is a fellow that can do everything. He's a return specialist. He has been a pass receiver and also run the ball for the Hives.
He's an all-around athlete who has played all of the offensive positions for Arkansas. He was a kick returner this year and a wide receiver most of the time, but he has that tremendous all-around athletic ability, and I think that he'll be an outstanding pass receiver.
Anderson has been compared to a fellow like Stanley Morgan. Began the year as wide receiver this past year, and as we said, excellent kick returner. Was the MVP, Chris, of the Gator Bowl back in '81. In fact, some people call him a wide receiver even in scouting reports, and others who call him a running back, which shows you the dimension he will bring to this team.
Yeah, he may have been compared to Stanley Morgan, but I don't know that he's going to break in wide receiver, although, you know, Joyner is getting up in years with that team. I think Anderson will be used as the game breaker type, much perhaps like they used Bruce Harper with the Jets, and maybe perhaps as they used Darren Nelson with the Vikings, although he certainly would not carry the ball as much as Darren Nelson will, but maybe a 1/2 to 2/3 of the time when you're an offense performer for the Chargers. And what we should say, Bob, is that in Billy Ray Smith and Gary Anderson, first of all, they both come from the same school, so that'll be easier to make the adjustment. Second of all, going in, barring that trade, which has not happened, I think what we've seen is the Chargers have gotten two, and now it's their next pick, two of the guys that they wanted out of those first round picks.
All right, we're about 2.5 hours into this first round of the National Football League draft, about on schedule with what we've seen over past years. Let's take a look back at what we've seen so far in this first round. As we mentioned, John Elway has been selected by the Colts. A summary of round one, and then back with more with San Diego to pick.
This is the door that I've waited so long to open. This is the day when I'm given the room to breathe. One chance at a lifetime, and my name is on the key. I say this day belongs to me. I believe it. If the stars are in my corner, I'll have love and laughter. This day belongs to me.
Commissioner Pete Rozelle talking to Al Ward, getting the final pronunciation and spelling on the Chargers.
San Diego Chargers selecting the first round. Defensive back, Gil Byrd, San Jose State, pardon me. Next up, Dallas Cowboys.
The Dallas Cowboys with their first selection. So San Diego so far has taken Billy Ray Smith, the linebacker from Arkansas, Gary Anderson, the wide receiver from Arkansas, and now defensive back Gil Byrd from San Jose State. 3 picks for the Chargers.
I think the Chargers have done just fine. They wanted, on their first 2 picks, they wanted Billy Ray Smith and Tim Lewis. Lewis was gone. They never thought they'd get Billy Ray and Anderson. They thought Anderson might be their pick as the number 5. The offensive coaches were begging, please give us Anderson. Now they got both of them, plus the defensive back who might be able to play. I think they're just doing great. Howard?
They've done really excellently with Dallas up now. Everyone figured that perhaps Jim Jeffcoat might be a guy to help their defensive line, which is getting up in age. But you still have 2 pretty good linebackers out there. Guy Brown probably going to have to retire because of a neck injury.
Right.
Yeah, Maxwell and Darryl Talley. So out of those 3, I think you might have the Cowboys selection.
I think you have to look at who's the more disciplined player for their system, and neither one of them is that disciplined.
We're waiting on the Dallas Cowboys as we continue on in the first round of the National Football League draft. Remember last year they picked Jeff Rohr and surprised some folks. We'll be back with more after this.
On ESPN with Bud Wilkinson and Chris Berman. I'm Bob Lee back in the Sports Center. The clock is ticking on the Dallas Cowboys, who year after year have been full of surprises. We'll talk about them in a second. Let's go back, though, a couple of selections and talk about how Pittsburgh has selected the man they call Senor Sack out of Texas Tech, Gabriel Rivera, who is so large and 280 is charitable. He can get up into the 300 range, 4.8 speed, man with a great deal of pursuit ability.
He's a man that I believe you can count on making your team immediately. His size, his strength, and particularly his speed. 4.8 for someone that weighs 280, if that's an accurate clocking, and you got to feel enough scouts have clocked him to feel it that's okay. He's man who's going to start right now.
He had a great game against Washington.
Yes,
had 10 tackles for loss over the season, 5 sacks, a couple of fumbles caused, and his best ratings are for strength and for also pursuing the pass rush.
Bobby, if you go by the game films of the Washington game, he can be a big star in the NFL. The knock on Gabe Rivera was that for every game that he looked great like that, sometimes he would seem to get a little lackadaisical, go to sleep a little bit. He'd have a 2-tackle game against a lesser foe than highly rated Washington last year. But the Steelers obviously liked at least those Washington game films. And as Paul has said, they have been eroded quite a bit, and they feel that maybe that's the second coming of the Steel Curtain, at least for starters.
And a game-by-game paycheck is motivating.
Always.
I would imagine.
All right, let's quickly discuss the fact that San Diego has not made a trade, did not make a trade, did use each one of the 3 first-round selections, and with the final first-round selection, the 22nd overall, took a man out of San Jose State, Gil Byrd, a defensive back, a man at 5'11", 192 pounds. Honorable mention All-American, had a fantastic sophomore year when he had 7 interceptions and 15 deflected passes, but 81 had a knee injury, with San Diego going where they need the help in the defensive backfield.
A lot of people feel, Bob, that because of the knee injury last year, you know, he was a step slower playing for San Jose State last year. What he didn't show was that he was timid, worried about hurting, that he still went in with reckless abandon. And a lot of times, Bud, you certainly know this, that coming off knee surgery and you play a position like that where the speed and the agility are such important things to have, it will take 2 years to come back from a knee problem. And although he was projected, Gil Bird was, as a third rounder, a lot of people feel that if he ever comes close to his 81 form in college, that he's a real steal.
Well, even though you know that you're all right, just subconsciously, if you've had that knee operation, you wonder, is it going to be okay? And after you have had enough experience, as you've already pointed out, you know it's all right, and at that point you play again the way you did before.
Well, the clock is ticking on Dallas. San Diego has just selected Gil Bird. Let's get to the phone. We have Todd Blackledge live on the telephone. Todd Blackledge, the number 7 overall selection, selected today by Kansas City. Congratulations, Todd. It looks like you're walking into a situation where you can truly make a mark with the Chiefs.
Well, thank you very much, Bob. I'm very excited to have been selected by Kansas City in the first round, and I'm looking forward to joining a new coach and a new offensive philosophy and just, doing a great job down there in Kansas City.
Todd, you come from one of the great college football organizations. Year after year after year, Joe Paterno and Penn State are the mark of excellence. I think that'll have a great carryover value for you as you move to a team that hasn't had that kind of tradition.
Well, I think it's definitely going to be an advantage for me. In my 3 years of playing here at Penn State, I've played against all the great competition that any college player could play against. Some of the great teams in the country year in and year out. I've got a taste of competition. I've got a taste of what it takes to win games in tough situations and what it takes to come from behind and win and what it takes to be a championship team. And so I think that a lot of my character has been built here at playing at Penn State in the last 3 years, and I hope to take those inner qualities with me into pro football in Kansas City.
Todd, this is Chris Berman. Your dad, assistant coach with the Steelers. Have you talked to him yet about going to KC?
No, I haven't. He's pretty busy right now. He's going to be involved with the draft all day today, and we're planning on talking tomorrow. However, I was home this weekend in Canton, Ohio, and we got a chance to sit down and talk, and I met with Coach Makovic this past weekend in Canton, and so we both had somewhat of an idea that Kansas City might make me their selection, and that it was possible that they would draft me, and we were both very excited about that opportunity.
Well, Todd, congratulations again for being selected number 7 overall in the draft. Todd Blackledge out of Penn State, the second quarterback selected. John Elway, of course, as expected, leading off the draft. Blackledge, Todd was selected as the second quarterback. Jim Kelly selected by Buffalo, 14th overall, and Tony Eason went to New England, so we've seen 4 quarterbacks in the top 15 picks. Sal Marciano standing by in New York City. Sal?
Okay, Bob, I'm here in the balcony at the New York Sheraton with the crowd known as the Draftniks. These are the people, the NFL fans, who come in here and try and expertly pick players in the first round. There are several prizes to be won with the most selections in the first round. We are waiting on the Dallas Cowboys. Just over 7 minutes to go on their pick, the 23rd pick in the first round. Coming up next, the New York Jets, so there'll be high tension here in the balcony. It's been a relatively quiet balcony at this draft. The New York Giants picked 10th in the first draft, and they chose Terry Kennard, a cornerback from Clemson, and there were no protestations, no booing, which is quite unusual. But now we're starting to get it. Okay, I want to talk to a couple of fans who are selecting choices. How are you doing in the first round for the prize?
I'm doing okay. I missed 2 picks so far. One was a surprise, Gil Bird, and the other one, Gabriel Rivera. I just didn't think he was a first rounder.
And let me ask you, how are you doing on what you have written down as D-Day? Your first name is Jane.
Yes, well, he wrote that on D-Day. I have also 20 out of 22 picks so far, with 8 in going to the correct team. But that's not so good.
Are you either Giants or Jets fans?
Jet fans.
So who do you think the Jets should pick?
I think they got a real good shot. They might as well take Dan Marino and get some depth at quarterback behind Richard Todd.
What's your expertise?
I agree with him. I think so. Dan Marino also.
Okay, from the quiet balcony at the NFL draft, let's now return to the guys at the desk. Thanks, Sal, as we keep up to date on what's happening upstairs and downstairs here at the National Football League draft.
I'd like to see those 8 picks. They had 8 on the nose.
Sour grapes, sour grapes.
I think what they do is they pick them as they go along, and somebody's taken, then they make another pick. And I've been up there in the gallery watching the way they do it, and their way of scoring and mine is a little different.
You know, we talked before the draft about the possibility of the Jets possibly going for a quarterback. That is not out of the question, even though they've got a good one in Todd. And yes, Ryan did not play that much last year, but he's not exactly an unknown quantity. So there is a question that may be the direction they go in. They can draft for backup.
My intelligence agents in the field reported that the Jets were interested in Blackledge very much. Question mark on Marino. They liked defensive tackle Mike Charles of Syracuse very much, and they also liked George Chica, defensive tackle of SC. You can't get the kind of information from Mike Hickey because he likes to stitch up with misinformation.
What do you think, Art?
That's pretty much what I felt. I think the defensive line would probably be a spot where they might look to add some depth. The Jets right now are in a situation where they're a very young team and they're very strong in a lot of positions, and they don't really have any glaring needs, so to speak. So they really can't go wrong at whatever they do. It's going to be a player who's going to step in. He might not start right away, but he's going to give them depth, and they keep building on this, and they're in a good position, really.
I think they really feel that the strength of their team has got to be the pass rush. They're a little worried about Abdul Salam as their left tackle. His knee is Klecko. I think they feel Klecko can come back. And if he doesn't, for a while, the kid that replaced him last year was terrific. Henny Neal. Very good. I think they're not worried that much about the outside pass rush. They want a real sturdy guy inside to absorb the double team to free up Marty Lyons, whose legs took a terrible beating last year. So I think that Charles-Achika projection wouldn't be bad right now.
Dallas Cowboys we are waiting on in the National Football League draft. Tom Landry, Gil Brandt and company trying to hammer out their selection. They have won in each of the first 4 rounds. Their draft history, when you look back over the years, yes, you think of the #1 selections in the mid-'70s when they had the great drafts, but since that time, it has not produced that many quality players, but they've come up with some great free agents.
Dallas does a great job when they trade up and get a Tony Dorsett or a Too Tall or a Randy White. Those are their good picks. When they pick in their own spot, if you look through the years, they haven't been very good. Billy Thomas from Boston College, Bill Rowe, their pick last year, Rod Hill. There are a lot of those kind of picks that people, neglect when they write about how great the Dallas scouting is. What they do manage to do is they manage to sign free agent types. They outbid other people, they bring them in the camp, and they produce. And then once they get in the Landry system, then they become really good players.
That brings us to this year's pick. Where will they go? There's been talk after the great performance by Hogaboom that maybe Carano would be trade bait and they might work some kind of a deal. That has not come about, but does that affect their draft decision here?
Well, I don't know that it does, really. I think they're looking for some defensive help. There's the possibility, as we talked earlier, of a Jim Jeffcoat from Arizona State for the line. There's a couple of good linebackers out there. There might even be, again, a defensive back that they like, although I think they might shy away from a defensive back. They've hit on free agents like Mike Downs and Everson Walls as free agents and missed on a guy like Rod Hill. So,
yeah, I think also lurking in the background is the fear that Pat Donovan is banged up a little bit.
2 shoulder surgery. Surgery on both shoulders recently.
Right, and I think I heard, not from Gil Brandt, but I heard someone that they like Harvey Salem, the tackle from Cal.
There's a possibility.
Yeah,
Don Rosebar still available.
Let's see, how many names haven't we thrown out yet?
We covered our bases.
We are in the first round of the National Football League Collegiate Player Draft. In just a couple of minutes, we'll update that whole first round for you to show you who was selected. But John Elway was the #1 pick, as expected. Somewhat not as expected, though. It was taken by the Baltimore Colts. There has not been a trade in this first round yet, although there have been a lot of rumors coming up to the first round. There have been no trades so far. Elway selected by the Colts. The report we have from California is that he sent out indications that he would not play for Baltimore. There have been indications that maybe San Diego was still working on a deal. That is going by the wayside now that the Chargers have made their 3 picks in the first round as we await the Dallas selection here. So a little bit later this afternoon, about 5 o'clock Eastern time, Elway has scheduled a news conference, and we may get a better feel for exactly what direction John Elway will go in. We are now under a minute and a half for the Dallas Cowboys and their selection in the first round here. Again, a team in transition. The Cowboys looking for their first pick of this year. Incidentally, I want to make one mention. As this day goes on, you've seen a lot of statistics and a lot of video that you've had a chance to see. And some of the people behind the scenes, Frank Ross, been instrumental in putting together information. Donna Picaglia all year long has put together information, and Chip Dean has put together all the graphics that you're seeing. 3 people behind the scenes who have been instrumental in this draft coverage. Here's the commissioner.
Dallas Cowboys. Dallas on their first round selection picks defensive end Jim Jeffcoat, Arizona State. Next up, New York Jets.
Score one for the Ballser.
Attaboy, Howard.
Jeffcoat comes
Little
home.
comeback after a good start.
As we await the Jets, and as you might imagine, as is usually the case, the fans upstairs are starting to get into this one as the Jets will get their first pick. Let's take a look upstairs.
They know who they want.
That's the luxury of having a good situation where you've been able to draft not necessarily for critical need, but for depth. Here's the Jet selection.
Look at Pete. He's a...
New York Jets. Jets take their first-round selection, quarterback, Ken O'Brien of California Davis.
Now there's the guy that everybody knew they'd take.
So the question was debated before this draft. Would Dan Marino be the 5th quarterback selected? And he has not been the 5th quarterback selected. It is Kenny O'Brien of Cal Davis. We'll have more on O'Brien. We'll have more on Marino's situation as the National Football League Collegiate Draft continues. Upstairs, you can hear the Jet fans questioning this selection. Let's go across the river to Leandra Riley and get her reaction to the Jets pick. Leandra, what's happening over there?
We've got a riot going on here.
Well, what's happening over here is a lot of surprise. Everybody went, what? They were expecting, I guess, Dan Marino. And right now I'm with Dave Jennings. What was your reaction? You said it would be a quarterback.
Well, I didn't think it would be Dan Marino. I thought they'd go another way, and the Jets were in a position where they could go a lot of ways. It almost reminds me of the Giants back in '79 when they took Phil Simms, and a lot of people said, Phil who? And so we might have the same type of situation here. But again, the Jets in a position looking for a backup. They wanted, I guess, a quarterback, and they got one here in the first round.
All right, that would have to be the philosophy of the Jets. They're pretty strong overall. They need depth, so they need something from behind in case there are any injuries. Your thoughts on the Jets second time around? I know you're a Giant and all, but they pick pretty late the next time around, too.
They do, and that's because they've done well drafting the past 5 or 6 years. They have a good team. I think in the second round they might look at a tight end or a defensive back or maybe some help now on that defensive line.
Thank you, Dave Jennings. Gentlemen?
Back at the NFL draft, the New York Sheridan in the balcony. I'm Sal Marciano. With me are several Jets fans. They're all yelling, who is Ken Davis? Mike Eisenberg won a trip to the Super Bowl a few years ago with the most first-round selections. And today, Bill Bryan, picked by the Jets, Ken O'Brien. You had, up until this point, you had 12 perfect picks.
Right. Well, I thought that, the talk was that the Jets were going to go for a quarterback, but everybody said if Marino was going to be around at that time, they'd take Marino. Obviously, the Jets know something that, the people up here don't. Ken O'Brien was a surprise pick to the fans, but the Jets draft over the past few years has been impressive. So, we shall see in a couple of years how good the pick was.
So, Mike, you're still in the running with 12 first-round picks. I hope you get another trip to the Super Bowl.
I hope so, too. I'd be very happy to. And so far, so good. I'm just hoping 1 or 2 more picks down the stretch, and I'll be right there for the prize.
Okay. I wonder if Richard Todd is asking who's Ken O'Brien. We'll continue with more of the NFL draft from New York City after this timeout on ESPN.
Like a fly needs a plane, I need you. Like a ball needs a game, I need you. Like a pool needs a cue, I need you, need you.
It's probably going to be about a 3-hour first round again on ESPN, the National Football League draft. Cincinnati is next up, followed by the Raiders, then Miami, and then Washington. That will conclude the first round. But Dallas, not as surprising a pick as maybe the first 2 ones last year when they went for Jeff Rohr and before that Rod Hill. They went for Jeffcoat, nearly 6'5" out of Arizona State. This is a young man who is a battler, and they have a lot of battlers at ASU.
He's a man also that has exceptional quickness for his size. He's going to add to the Dallas pass rush, and he has the youth and the quickness. Harvey Martin's getting long years. Too Tall's a little long years also, and this is an enthusiastic, great football player.
Scouts like his lateral mobility. Could play maybe the end of the 3-4 or the tackle in a 4-3 defense, and great upper body strength. You see it again on a 5-0 scale. 5.0 being your top grade, a 4.7, 3 4.7s, and a 4.6. You're knocking a little bit on the pass rush, but an 18.7 overall grade for Dallas #1 selection, being Jeffcoat.
You know, a lot of people may be surprised, Bob, that the first guy off that very, very tough Arizona State defense was not Vernon Maxwell, the linebacker, was not Michael Richardson, the safety, that it is Jeffcoat. A lot of people thought he would be the third of those three, but Bud, you mentioned before during one of our breaks that you think he fundamentally is just a very strong player. And Martin and Tutal are getting up in years, and Dallas has to start filling in along the ranks. Not for next year right away, but in the next couple.
It's the Dallas principle.
Mm-hmm.
Be ready.
And he may play under more control than some of the other people coming out of ASU this year, which might be another reason that Dallas went for him as well. Jets then had things hopping in New York City as they went for a sleeper, as we say on draft day. Cal Davis quarterback Ken O'Brien, 6'5", 6'4", 212 pounds, 5 flat in the 40-yard dash. He comes out of the same school that Mike Morosky, the backup man at Atlanta, does. But there are varying reports, Chris. You're close to the Jets situation. You can get, some people call him a sleeper. Other people say he's not a first-round selection. So now the jury is going to be out on this one.
Well, the Jets pretty much, you thought they would go with the best athlete available. However, a lot had been written that they wanted a backup quarterback, Richard Todd, 30. So we're looking down the line 2 or 3 years that they wanted somebody other than perhaps Pat Ryan to step into the breach. They obviously didn't like Marino. I got that feeling this past week. And in O'Brien, a couple people that I have talked to both liked him very much as a sleeper. You can talk about the knocks a little bit, Bob, but he has a definite pro arm, and what they like about him is his ability to read defense. And you see what the Jets can do that maybe Kansas City and New England couldn't do in choosing a Blackledge or an Eason, is he can have him sit 3 or 4 years and just learn everything like Hogeboom has done with Dallas. Looks like he is ready to step in. It's not like, okay, we better educate him and get him in the lineup in our first or second year. They've got plenty of time with him behind Richard Todd.
And they probably butter the one team of any team in this draft but that has no pressing need at any particular position. They are building depth, more so probably in the eyes of many people than any other National Football League team, the Jets.
And it's kind of a comfortable thing if you're responsible for their draft to not have to have a #1 pick tested for 3 or 4 years.
A couple of years on the headsets with the clipboard, hold the extra points, and then be a factor, of course.
Right.
We are waiting for the Bengals to make their selection, but let's look a little bit ahead of the Bengals, because following Cincinnati's pick, it'll be the Raiders. Now, there's been speculation. What will the L.A. Raiders do? Tom Flores, a few thoughts about his shopping list on this draft day, 1983.
We're always looking for quality players. We're not so much interested in position as we are quality. If we see there's a great player and someone that could help us in a position that we need help, we're going to take that great player instead.
Take a great player, best player available. That's always the great phrase of draft day. Will we see any trades in round 1? We have not to date. San Diego did not make a deal. Again, to update you on John Elway, the Colts took him. There will be a press conference, 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern time, we understand, in the San Jose area, at which time John may, to the public, address the question, the Colts or the Yankees. We have not had a trade. Will the Raiders try? Can the Raiders make a deal? Can they make a deal at this point with Baltimore?
Well, I think anybody can make a deal, and this is sort of like the New York Stock Exchange. They're trading all the time, and the phones are ringing. I'm sure of that.
But whether there's a commodity to change teams, I think that might be another consideration at this point, though. Whether at this point in the first round there's any coin on the table for the Raiders to put out there and say, I'll see you.
I don't think so. We talked before that they were trying to trade up with teams like the Bears to get several other picks to at least appease Baltimore. As we understand from Greg Wyatt, recently, the last hour, Cush has talked again to the Elway folks. I know, Bud, you say you'd be very, very surprised to see him play baseball, even though our early indications today, now that Baltimore has drafted John Elway, is that he will play with the Yankees. I'd be surprised to see him play baseball, too. He can be the best in football. In baseball, he can be a starter and fairly productive.
Well, I think that the Raiders could certainly use another backup quarterback. Plunkett has been around a long time. He's been a great player, but he's had his ups and downs, and somebody new that could really make it happen for him, be an invaluable asset.
Well, we may learn a great deal more about that situation in about, Mickey's hands tell us, about 3 hours from now. So that'll be in San Jose, California. Actually, 6 hours from now, it'll be Pacific time. The Bengals are up. Let's see exactly what's happening at the New York Sheraton. George Grant is there.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're still sitting and waiting on the Cincinnati Bengals, who finished 7-2 last year and are hoping for even better in 1983 and the 83-84 season. They're waiting for their first pick in the 1983 collegiate draft from the New York Sheridan. Paul Brown, Forrest Gregg, Hank Bulla and company trying to put together their thoughts at this point. And when we look at the O'Brien situation, not a real surprise, maybe a surprise that the Jets took him, but not a surprise in terms of his abilities.
Well, I heard an interesting thing from the 49ers about him. You know, Bill Walsh's son goes to UC Davis, and he said every now and then Bill would go down and watch his son play, and every time he came back, he would rave about the quarterback, O'Brien. And I think they were looking at him in a lower round. And maybe the Jets knew that, and they figured that's the only way they could get him.
Cincinnati Bengals.
Don Weiss.
First round choice, center Dave Remington, Nebraska. Los Angeles Raiders are up.
Pete Brown told me no Remington.
Okay, the Raiders are up next. The Bengals take Dave Remington, the center of Nebraska, the man who has been regarded as the foremost offensive lineman in the nation the last couple of years. If there was one rap on him, it was that he's only played center, and some of these other fine athletes that have been tabbed already in the first round could play guard, tackle, or whatever, but Remington's a good one.
Well, I was just showing Howard my notes here. I talked to their organization, and they said number 1, Leonard Smith. Number 2, Blackwood. 3, Marino. Joey Browner. Definitely not Remington.
Close.
Yeah, that shows what I know.
It shows that you never know what to believe is what it shows. It's
right.
That just shows about the draft. It's become a big guessing game, obviously. But of course, to the personnel guys, it's their livelihood, and a lot of them are just a little freer with the information. Some people just try to throw you off the track.
Some of us won't forget.
It's a question of one-upmanship too. Jimmy the Greek looks on from CBS Sports as we put the picture together for the 1983 collegiate draft. We'll be back with more after these messages. The Los Angeles Raiders in their selection here in the first round of the National Football League collegiate draft. Dave Remington has just been tabbed by the Cincinnati Bengals, their first pick of this draft. When you look at the Raiders in their history, this is a team that won the 1976 title through the draft, but then won the 80 title without a first-round pick. Let's evaluate them.
The Los Angeles Raiders will have the 26th pick in this year's NFL draft. The Raiders are the only team in the league to build a Super Bowl champion via the draft in 1976 and then turn around and disdain the same building tool. Oakland did not exercise a first-round draft pick from 1976 through 1979 and utilized the entire player personnel process to build another championship winner. The 1980 team had a total of 14 new faces. Most were acquired via trades and signed as free agents. It was a remarkable feat for a team in distinct transition, as indicated by the fact that the club suffered through its first losing campaign since the arrival of Al Davis and thereby missed the playoffs for the third time in the last 4 years. Then the club turns around, returns to the draft, and has remarkable success, utilizing the loftiest drafting position since they started the common draft in 1967. The Raiders secured the services of Heisman Trophy winner and eventual Rookie of the Year Marcus Allen. He joined forces with the club's pair of 1981 first-round picks, Kurt Marsh and Ted Watts. Then, in the last 3 years, the Raiders have added a total of 5 starters acquired in the premium rounds. The most prominent drafting error in the premium rounds was Ted McKnight, who was cut after being chosen in the second round in 1977. He went on to enjoy good success with the Chiefs before ruining a knee and winding up in Buffalo. Of the 7 former Raiders starting around the rest of the league, the only player who could start for this year's team is San Diego's Rolf Bernerska. So far as the primary needs of the Raiders going into the 1983 NFL draft, you have to look at it this way. Injuries and aging personnel in several areas will see the Raiders direct their drafting efforts toward fortifying their linebacking core, the club's pass rush, as well as obtaining a quality wide receiver prospect with the speed that Al Davis is so fond of. The Los Angeles Raiders going into the 1983 draft.
Yes, Steve. Thank you very much, David Sullivan. Hendricks, 36 years of age. The Twos is 33, had some injuries. Will they go for the pass rush help? We'll find out. They're on the phone taking a look now. We're waiting on the Raiders pick. Already selected, the Cincinnati Bengals have just taken Dave Remington, the fine center out of Nebraska. Let's go back to Bob and company and find out how he grades out. Bob?
It's no secret, George, Dave Remington grades out by far as the best center. As you mentioned earlier, you alluded to the fact, though, he is a pure center. He owns the Outland Trophy, but he goes now to Cincinnati in round 1, 6'3", 290 pounds.
Well, people should never overlook the value of a center. Every play begins when he hands the ball to the quarterback, and if he can control a nose man playing opposite him, as you can see Remington do, he's so big, so strong, so fast off the ball, you have the basic ingredient to begin every offensive play. We take another look at him here, and he just dominates. He's a very experienced pass protector, and another thing that makes him a valuable asset is his ability to be part of an organization, and Nebraska is one of the great football organizations in the collegiate ranks.
He won the Outland, he won the Lombardi, and in the scouting report we had a chance to grade him out. Strength was a perfect grade, and his run blocking was a perfect grade, and pass blocking was his lowest at 4.6. But right now, Remington going to Cincinnati, and the Bengals making a center their first-round selection.
I wonder if Paul Brown and company have a sense of deja vu here. When they were an expansion franchise in the late 60s in the AFL, the first pick of the draft, their first pick overall was Bob Johnson, the center, and he played for 10, 12 years. Blair Bush has played there the last few years. But it's not bad if they project Remington for another 10 to 15 years if they can have 3 guys playing center for a quarter of a century, and that may be what happens. So maybe deja vu here. You know, Remington may still have been the best lineman, even though Hinton went first, 4th overall in the draft at Denver. But the way the pro game has gone these days, it's more a tackle bookend-oriented thing. So Remington may have graded out highest, but no surprise that he went below several of the tackles.
We are standing by to see what the Raiders do. They are the 3rd from last selection, and this the first round. Miami will follow the Raiders and then Washington. But then again, picking early in the 2nd round will be the Rams. Let's get out to Los Angeles. Greg Wyatt standing by with Rich Roberts of the Los Angeles Times. Greg?
Bob, the sun is up here in Southern California, and I guess you could say the guy in the driver's seat here at the Rams camp is Rich Roberts of the LA Times. And, of course, the folks across town have the next pick. Your thoughts on this whole Elway situation? The one word that seems to be cropping up in both Northern California and here in Southern California is greed, that Baltimore just wanted simply too much.
Well, I don't know. I know the Raiders are making all kinds of moves the last few days trying to work their way into a position to draft Elway, and I think it might have concerned the people here at Rams Park a little bit too that their number 2 pick for Dickerson was going to be upstaged. Right now it doesn't appear that's going to happen, but who knows. Of course, any considerations for draft picks involved now would seem to be gone by the boards. So any deal for Elway now would have to involve live bodies or whatever else might be in the works. It's just hard to say. It's kind of bewildering that Baltimore would sign him or would draft him without having him signed or some commitment from him, though.
Of course, the only other team here in Southern California which could possibly make a deal is San Diego, and they have obviously helped where they really need it, and that's on defense.
Oh, yeah. I think if they have Fouts back now, as the word is out that they have come to some agreement there, that they've helped themselves much more than they would by getting Elway, I think, with Billy Ray Smith and some of the others they've got.
There is one name mentioned, and that's Henry Ellard, from wide receiver from Fresno State, who could conceivably be the Raiders' pick. Obviously, their receivers getting just a little bit older, so it's going to be interesting. We only have a few short minutes to wait, and now let's get back to Bob Lee and Chris Berman.
Looks like they've called for the left-hander. He's coming in from the bullpen in the cart. Thank you, Greg Wyatt. Less than 5 minutes now for the Raiders to make their selection in the first round. And there, as you've just joined, has been no trading at all today in the first round so far. John Elway has been selected by Baltimore. We have had 25 selections so far in this draft, and we were just looking up and down our notes. And whereas in past years it might have flip-flopped, last year not certainly one of those years, but only 8 of the 25 selected so far, Bud, have been defensive players. We've been saying it's an offensive draft, and this has been borne out time and time again. We've had 4 or 5 defensive backs so far, and we understand the Raiders are about to pick, so just a quick thought on the defensive lack in this draft.
Well, there's always that premium on can we move the football, because that's the glamour part of the game, and you have 5 quarterbacks picked and 5 wide receivers picked. And that tells you something about what teams are looking for.
And Remington, by being picked 25th, even though he's an excellent lineman. It cost him a little bit of money not going in the top 10.
It may cost him a little bit of money, Bob, but he's also going to a team that can get him right in the Super Bowl, or at least along the line in the AFC playoffs. So he may get that money right back by going to an established winner.
Very possibly. The Raiders have counted it down to the 4-minute mark on the large timepiece in the main ballroom of the Sheraton. It'll be the Raiders, Miami, and Washington to end the first round, and it's gone pretty much according to schedule. We've just passed the 3-hour mark. George Grant standing by in New York City. George?
Thank you, gentlemen. We're waiting on the Raiders 3 minutes and change as they are contemplating their first-round pick in this National Football League draft. It's football today, but don't forget, Saturday, May the 7th, live, beginning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Pacific Time. It's the Horsies, joined Byron Williams, Del Hancock, and Lou Palmer for 5.5 hours of coverage on all 7 pre-races. We covered pre-Kentucky Derby from Churchill Downs. You can see it right here on your source for sports, leading up to the 109th Run for the Roses. SportsCenter Plus, of course, will feature Derby history and profiles during the day. And don't forget, Sharon Smith on our Horse Racing Weekly will be profiling the Derby previews as well, as we continue to keep you up to date on horse racing on your source for sports. That's 11 a.m. pre-Kentucky Derby Day. That's live Saturday, May the 7th. We're waiting on the Raiders right now, the Los Angeles Raiders, and Zim, it appears that at this point in time, I don't know whether the concept of a trade is still very much alive, but still very much alive is the number of options that the Raiders would have.
Well, the only thing I could see that would interest Baltimore would be 1 and a 2 this year, 1 or another 1 if they should somehow manage to trade to get a pair of 1s next year, and then Baltimore could say, well, we got what we wanted, we just have to wait a year. But I don't know. I'm sort of giving up on that. I see the Raiders pick. Well, I'm just looking at the names that I had penciled in for them. I had them projected to pick Remington. I think they're interested in Mosbar too. They want good, sturdy linemen. Al Davis loves SC players, as you know. I think they like Achika, another Trojan. Another Trojan. The other people that they liked are gone. I've heard some people say they're interested in Marino. He would be a reclamation project, which Al thrives on. As you know, the coach was a former quarterback. Maybe they feel that Marino would be a good guy. Then they'd have 2 young quarterbacks, Wilson and Marino. Who's to say in 2 years, 3 years would be better?
Let's talk a little bit about the Marino situation. We can date back in our coverage of college football and also right through to the Senior Bowl in Alabama, and a lot of the scouts felt that Dan Marino did not progress as much as a quarterback should progress, having played for a prominent program like Pittsburgh for 4 years. They said he was making some mistakes that he would make as a sophomore in his senior year. What did you hear around the league, Howard?
Well, pretty much those same things. His senior year certainly was not a good year for the whole team. So there still were supposedly some scouts who felt that some of his receivers gave up on him. You know about the Tim Lewis situation where he criticized some of the wide receivers near the end of the season. So there was the wonder of whether it was all Marino's fault or whether just the whole team sort of felt down on him. So,
well, obviously, a lot of scouts think that he's flawed because he's not been drafted. Bobby Beathard told me that he didn't even think he threw that well. He said he pushes it rather than whips it.
And I think a wide receiver might be a chance for the Raiders, either Henry Ellard or Glenn Young.
Okay, here's the commissioner with the Raiders selection on the first round.
He's checking the pronunciation.
Is he checking a trade or pronunciation?
He's checking something.
Maybe he just doesn't want to make Al's pick.
Maybe it's John Elway, like you said earlier.
Los Angeles Raiders, first round selection. Tackle, Don Mosbar, USC. Next up, Miami Dolphins.
As expected, they do go to the Trojans, and they do go to the line. They go to the offensive tackle, not possibly the defensive help that they were looking for. And Mosbar, regarded by some as clearly a first rounder, but regarded by others as possibly maybe a second or third rounder.
Well, I think the consensus on him was that he fell exactly where people thought he would, as the 4th best offensive lineman and low first round. I think that was chalk.
Okay, Don Mosbar selected by the LA Raiders in the first round. As we continue our coverage of the National Football League draft, we'll be back with more. We're holding on the next pick from the New York Sheriff.
On ESPN, we continue with live coverage from Los Angeles, California, from the Sheraton Ballroom in New York City, from the ESPN Sports Center, and also from Lord Jim's in Hawthorne, New Jersey, where Leandro Riley is on hand with Tommy Vigorito. The Dolphins are next up. Let's hear about that pick.
I'm back with Tommy Vigorito here at Lord Jim's in Hawthorne, New Jersey, and he's with the Miami Dolphins, and I'm going to put you on the spot. Why don't you give us a scouting report? This is an inside report on the Miami Dolphins.
Well, I think our biggest asset is the fact that if you take Kuchenberg and Vernon Hurd out of our lineup, we are the youngest team in the NFL. And having the experience of going to the Super Bowl last year and everybody coming back this year and being so young, you know, we got nowhere to go but up. And hopefully that's what will happen. Next year we'll win it.
All right, I don't think I can ask you how can you get experience in the draft. These guys are younger than you are, but what should the Dolphins go for in this draft?
I think the fact that we brought Vern out of retirement last year, they're not going to want to do that again because he said he's refused to come off his farm again this year. So I think we're going to go after defensive linemen if there's any quality defensive linemen around at the time. And if we don't get a defensive lineman, we'll probably go to the defensive secondary for help. Those will probably our two most important factors where we need more backup help right now than we do starters.
All right, thank you very much, Tommy Vigorito. Comments on the defense for the Dolphins. Gentlemen?
All right, so a good look at what Miami might be doing. They, in effect, though, will have two #1 selections because David Overstreet has come back from Canada, leaving the debacle of the Montreal Alouettes. So, in essence, with Overstreet coming to camp this July, they'll have two #1s. Right. And you can't quibble with something like that because Pittsburgh will be in the same situation with Keith Gary having come back from Canada at the same time.
I would guess what Vigorito said is very accurate.
All righty, and plus, you look at Miami over the years, having had 4 different player personnel men. You had Don Shula, the Rock of Gibraltar, more than a coach, just about club president when you think about it.
Well, the best coach around, really, and I'm sorry, there's several of the other good ones around, but Shula's the best. I think that if we're to believe what Vigorito says, and of course, it's not like Don called up Tommy this morning and told him what to say. Mike Charles of Syracuse may be a good guess here. Perhaps a cornerback, but I think the guys that might have been around for the first-round picks are gone. A sleeper in the cornerback area, Darrell Green, Texas A&I, if they want a burner. But Miami's starting defensive backfield is pretty strong.
All right, what about John Tice, need for a tight end out of Maryland? We're talking about that before the Dolphins. Their selection in New York City, they will be making selection number 27 with Washington to follow as we conclude round 1, but the Dolphins about to make their selection right now.
Miami Dolphins, first-round selection. The Dolphins select quarterback Dan Marino of Pittsburgh. Next up, the Super Bowl champion Washington Redskins.
That was Commissioner Pete Rozelle just about a minute and a half ago as he made the selection announcement for the selection of Danny Marino.
I don't understand it. Number one, I don't know who is going to work with him down there. Where is the great quarterback coaching genius on the Dolphins? I know Arnsparger is a great defensive coach. I don't see where he's going to get this great coaching that's going to overcome the problems he's had. I mean, strictly long-range projection down the line, and I think they need help in other directions. Maybe they felt that what they wanted wasn't there and they couldn't get that help, but I really don't understand.
You wouldn't label him as a classic Don Shula kind of quarterback either.
No, and that's true. But again, they got to the Super Bowl with a David Woodley at quarterback, and they must figure that they can certainly, if they can get it out of David Woodley, you got to figure they think they can get it out of Dan Marino.
I don't know what is a classic Shula quarterback. He's only had one really great quarterback, and that's Greasy.
Let's see what the champion Redskins are up to now. Here's Commissioner Pete Rozelle. He has the card on the Redskins selection in the first round.
And Unitas.
The Super Bowl champion Washington Redskins complete the first round with their choice of cornerback Darrell Green, Texas A&I.
Thanks, Bobby.
Leading off the second round, Baltimore Colts.
Okay, so the Redskins take Green of Texas A&I. And before we wrap up the Marino situation, I think you have to point out, and after covering him for 4 years, the fact that the people that play with him, the people that work with him, have a great deal of respect for him. And he is a competitor, and he's the kind of young man who you feel is going to make the best shot that he can out of what he has. Maybe he should have taken the USFL offer that he had, as it turns out.
Well, it'll be interesting to see now the contract negotiations, not only with Marino, with Miami, but with all the first-round picks. So it's going to be something to follow as well.
Anybody interested in Darrell Green? Bobby Beathard was hoping he'd be around. Says he's one of the 2 sleepers in the whole draft. I won't tell you the other one because, you know, he was in confidence, but he said people are turned off because he's a little shrimp, 5'7.5", 5'8". But I think they're projecting him to that hot corner, the left corner of the Jerris White ones.
And Bobby Beathard, he's one of those guys. He has a feeling about a player, and very rarely is he wrong. One note on Don Mosbar, quickly. 2 Southern Cal offensive linemen drafted in the first round. In the last 5 years, USC has had 7 offensive linemen taken on the first round. 5 years in a row, they've had at least 1, and a total of 7 in the last 5 years.
All right, so the Washington Redskins, the Super Bowl champions, have come home with their selection, their third first-round pick since 1968. They haven't had too many of them, but they've got their first 3 picks this time around. Let's take a look at round 1 in conclusion.
In approximately 3 hours and 13 minutes, we continue on ESPN. The second round began as quick as you could say. Jack Robinson, Baltimore going for Vernon Maxwell, a linebacker out of Arizona State. And Houston has selected Harvey Salem, the offensive tackle out of California, 6'7", 270. First 2 selections. Denver is up, and again in the second round, still 15 minutes per selection. But let's backtrack a bit to pick number 26, when the Raiders made a safe selection in terms of maybe thinking what they might do. Don Mosbar, tackle out of USC, and you look at him rating out to an 18-9. John Robinson said he was one of the greatest USC tackles ever in his reign there.
He knows, and he's coached many, many superior offensive football players. They're somehow, the athletic ability in the Southern California area is so great, and they pick these people up, follow them when they're sophomores in high school, through their high school career, and then hopefully get them to come to either Southern California or UCLA.
And he's a 4-year starter, which is a rarity, especially in the offensive line. You've got to open those holes and pull out for the tailbacks. And 4 years as a starter for Don Mosbar.
Especially at USC, where you know that they stockpile those excellent players. You know, you used to be able to say this about USC or the Pac-8 or the Pac-10, that if you come and you're an offensive lineman out of USC, that you are already accomplished at playing the pro-style offense. Of course, as leagues like the Big Ten and others now go to more pro-style, it's not so much, all right, if he doesn't come from the West Coast, he's going to have to learn how to pass block. But still, teams like the Raiders always like the Pac-8, now Pac-10 offensive line.
And Mosbar will be blocking for his former teammate at SC, Marcus Allen, unless a deal is struck. We've heard Allen's name mentioned, but probably now, into the second round, it will not occur. Now, Miami picking right after the Raiders, the next to last pick in the first round, went for Dan Marino. Marino's stock had dropped precipitously with Pittsburgh's season this past year and a very poor senior year. What his mental attitude will be going into the Miami camp may be more important than what his physical attributes are.
I would hope and believe that Dan will calm down considerably. He was considered at the start of the year perhaps the best college quarterback. People talking about Heisman for him in spite of Herschel Walker. He's got all of the physical tools. As a junior, he played a magnificent Sugar Bowl game. He's proven that he's got the ability, and as you say, it's mainly mental, but I think that the coaching he will receive and the calmness of his development, he'll make it.
He threw 37 touchdown passes as a junior, but he threw 23 interceptions that year, 22 interceptions this past year. In fact, more interceptions, 5 more interceptions than touchdowns as a senior. The Sugar Bowl MVP from '81, but going next to last in the first round, and a 3.5 on a read. That is one of the lower scouting numbers we've seen in this first round.
Well, that's because of all the interceptions that he threw. That is for sure. He is the pocket-type passer. Don Strock will not be around forever. David Woodley is the different type of quarterback, probably, that is more mobile out there. But Marino with the long downfield arm, maybe they hope that with a little guidance, Paul brings up a point. Gee, who's going to give him the guidance down there? I'm not sure. But if he settles down, that he can be the Strock-type passer, and they would still have, well, they can't call it Woodstock anymore. We'll have to think up a name in the next hour or 6. But it gives them the different look at quarterback. So Miami did say they would be looking at a quarterback if one of those guys was around, and it shows that my sources weren't kidding when they told me that, because only one of them was left, and they took the one that was left, Marino.
All righty. Now, the final pick of the first round belonged to the Super Bowl champion Washington Redskins, and with that pick, they went for Darrell Green, a cornerback out of Texas A&I, a man who has speed to give away to his buddies at 4.45. He's approached 10 flat for 100 meters. Excellent kick returner. He's averaged about nearly 21 yards with punts and a couple of TD returns on kickoff returns, and also 4 interceptions this past year. So the Redskins, who last year won the Super Bowl, not with the draft. Bobby Dufford put it together with a variety, the waiver wire, free agents and some trades. Go for a little-known man.
Well, Roy Green, who plays for the football Cardinals, was a defensive back from Texas A&I. He's now an offensive wide receiver. What I'm really saying is that Texas A&I, they have some great athletes.
You know, in Darrell Green, we had just said a couple of moments before that the Redskins made the pick that I liked him as a sleeper, and that's by talking around the league, Bob. He is small. I mean, he's under 5'9", which isn't great when you go up against the big wide receivers these days. However, the fact that he is a flat-out burner, perhaps the best speed of all of the DBs available, and the fact that he can do an outstanding job on the kickoff returns, it made him a good pick for Washington. You're not going to question what Washington has done. They go for guys that are sleepers a little bit and have got them all the way to a Super Bowl ring. I think it's interesting in the first pick in the second round, Bobby, Vernon Maxwell going to Baltimore. Frank Kush likes the Arizona State guys. There's a lot of knock on Maxwell as a linebacker. A lot of people say you're taking a big, big gamble. His physical attributes outstanding, but his head in order. And Frank Kush doesn't care about those Arizona State guys. He says, I'm going to go right with him. No surprise he ended up as a Colt.
All right, we are 2 selections into the second round so far. Baltimore for Vernon Maxwell, Houston for Harvey Salem. Denver is up, and again, 15 minutes per team. If a team is looking for running help, they may very well look in the direction of Notre Dame and Larry Moriarty, who is a fullback, a pure fullback, 24 years of age. How could he bring some help to an NFL team?
I could do it all because I can run, and as far as I'm concerned, the biggest asset I have is my acceleration and my hands of catching the ball. And
stand by.
I'll go anywhere that they want me to go. I just want to play professional football.
Just wants to play pro football, and he is the advanced age of 24. He bench presses about what Chris does, about 450.
Oh, sure.
So, and a big blocker, and he grades out inside, of course, as a better man, 4.7 on a scouting report.
Well, he was very impressive in the Senior Bowl workouts, and then unfortunately got hurt early in the game. He felt that in spite of the injuries that he had had, that game gave him a shot, and unfortunately he got hurt again.
Okay, the Broncos are up. We are 2 picks deep into the second round. Let's get back to New York City. George Grant and company at the New York Sheraton. George.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're sitting and waiting on the second round. 2 selections have already been made in this second round. Waiting for selection number 3 of the Denver Broncos. They have already taken Chris Hinton of Northwestern, the fine offensive tackle who, by the time it winds up, could very well be an offensive guard for Denver in their scheme of things. And for those of you that are sitting and waiting for word from Tampa Bay, San Francisco, the Browns, and the Saints, they did not have a first-round pick due to various trades and other deals. The Saints, of course, lost theirs in the Bruce Clark deal. The Browns in the Cousineau deal, Tampa Bay in the Reese deal from last year, and San Francisco's deal went to San Diego, so they did not have first-round selections, and we'll be filling you in on how they transpire from here on out in the draft, because we'll be here until 6 o'clock Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Pacific, with our live coverage of the draft. And then in case you missed some of it and want to check out exactly what happened in this first round of play, well, we'll be back again tonight at 10:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Pacific Time. Dave Sullivan will be there. They'll wrap up a full day of draft coverage on our 1983 draft review. That's tonight at 10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific. We'll give you a comprehensive look at what transpired in today's draft. And of course, we got a lot more to come before we get to talking about wrapping things up in this. And how do you see this pick going?
Well, we were just talking about all the talent that's left now. You have your pick of the tight ends. Malarkey, Faulkner, Tice, that group. You've got a terrific little cornerback called Jeremiah Castile from Alabama. Now, there's a guy I know is going to play for somebody and play well. And everybody else says so, but he doesn't project that well with the computers.
He was graded very well in the Senior Bowl.
He's a great player. He's a great player, and he's going to play well for somebody. And I don't know why they don't pick somebody like that, but, you know, he's a little too short or too this or too that. Great player. You've got your second echelon running backs, a whole bunch of them. Hector, McSwain, Austin, that group, Moriarty, who's going to help somebody. You've got Steve Court, good guard from Arkansas left. There are some players. I mean, you've got all those defensive tackles we talked about before, Chica and Charles. I think there's a lot of talent still left.
We've talked a lot the last couple of years about the strength of this year's National Football League draft. The fact that the USFL did skim off some of the athletes off the top still has left us with a good draft. Not as great a draft as it might have been had it not been for a USFL year. But how deep are we from here on out, Howard?
I still think it's going to be very deep through about certainly through the third round. I still think there's going to be some real good players available in the third round. That's why we saw Houston trading up to get all those extra choices. 8 picks in the first 88 players. So they think it's pretty strong through 88, 100 players. So like you said, the USFL took some good players, there's no question about it. But as deep as this draft was, there's still a lot of good players left. And Denver now coming down on just a little over 3 minutes. As Paul said, they have some problems in the secondary. Aaron Kyle retired. There's a little contract situation with Steve Foley, who was injured all of last year anyway. You have a couple good safeties available. Mike Richardson from Arizona State. So there are still a lot of good players, and some teams are going to be getting some good ones down the line.
Let's take a look at what is one way of looking at the first round of this National Football League draft. The most number of athletes were from the quarterback ranking. 6 quarterbacks were taken. And interestingly, every AFC team that drafted a quarterback in this first round in the Eastern Division of the AFC, every one of them has picked up a quarterback. Baltimore, of course, in the first draft took Elway. Buffalo had 2 picks in the first round. One of them went to Kelly out of Miami. New England took Eason. The Jets took O'Brien. And Miami took Marino. So
that's amazing. I mean, you could sit here, we look at so many things, and an obvious fact like that, just jumps out when you see it like that. That is amazing.
And of course, O'Brien in there, 6 quarterbacks
and 4
taken on the first round.
Cold weather areas.
Don Weiss ready to give us the pick for the Denver Broncos.
Denver in the second round selects Mark Cooper, tackle, Miami. Los Angeles Rams are up.
The Rams are up next. The Broncos took Chris Hinton the first time out of the box. Now they've taken Mark Cooper out of Miami. The Rams have already selected Dickerson out of SMU. Will wait on their second